porch enclosure. So Shelley, the floor is yours.
Okay, is Bree, my client, still on too? Or is it just one of us at a time?
I mean, yeah, you both should be on.
I'm on.
Connected?
Bree may
Yes,
want to
I'm
start
here.
because Bree may want to start because she put together what's being presented today. But basically, we haven't done any drawings for this project yet. We're just trying to see if it's even feasible what she wants to do. So I'll let her kind of take it and explain what she has submitted to you, and then I can fill in gaps where needed.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go for it, Bree.
All right. So pull up these pictures. We are looking to expand our indoor living space. Living, not sleeping space. The entire front of our house is living, whereas the back is all sleeping. And we have a full front porch that goes the entire width of the house. And we are requesting to enclose one half of it to extend our indoor living.
Christy, this is Candace. We can't see any projections that you may be showing.
Okay, thank you, Candace. Let me try again. I think we lost our screen share. Thank you so much. How's this? Better?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks.
So basically, to follow up what Bree said, the right side of the porch is their living room behind those two double windows that you see. And she's looking to kind of expand that wall out to the edge of the porch to capture some more heated living space inside. And we just weren't sure if this was even a feasible project. There are pretty much 3 or 4 of the houses, I guess, on either side of her have these big front porches that run across the whole front of the house. And nobody seems to have proposed an addition like this yet. So we wanted to see what your thoughts were on us being able to do this or not. Our initial thought is there's an inspiration image in the bottom right corner of a porch that's been partially enclosed, but it still looks like it's part of the porch. They left the railings intact and the columns very visual on the outside. And that would kind of be our intent as well in order to capture that space so that it still looks like it's part of the porch.
Shelley, could we talk about that these when these houses were built and that, you know, how they became part of the historic district?
Yes. So these are obviously newer houses within the district. Bree can probably tell us what year the house is. I'm not sure. But these are new houses on this side of the street.
From what I gathered, everything was built in the early 2000s, 02 or 03. And there are about a series of 10 houses just on this side of the street that all were done at that time. We're kind of smack dab in the middle of that grouping.
And Bree's included another image at the bottom where they have half porches and half enclosed space there where it's labeled 1 and 2.
Yes, 2 doors and 3 doors down. You can see how not all the houses in our grouping have entire front porches. There are 2 houses that do just have a half porch. And we're all up on a very high hill. I mean, when the leaves are in, this is obviously a picture of now, you could barely see the front of our house because it's very green when everything comes in right there. And we are perched up pretty high. Our driveway is very steep.
And we wouldn't be proposing any changes to the roof line. We'd like to keep everything intact usually on the roof line. We just want to enclose half of the porch.
You all also have lot constraints, is that correct? Like the size of your lot doesn't really allow for a rear addition?
Yes, it's all bedrooms on the back of the house. So there's not living space there that can be expanded where they need it. Yeah, Bree did a little sketch here of layout, front doors at the top of the page. And there's no backyard space to expand into. So we're trying to capture the space that was his family room written, trying to capture the space on the porch just outside of that.
Yes, we have very small amount of space off the back of the house, and that's not actually where we need the space at.
Okay, thanks, Shelley and Bree. I love Woodruff. I live in Wesley Heights, and that's one of my favorite strips of Woodruff. I will just jump in, starting with the fact that we do try to maintain the pedestrian interest in these particular neighborhoods. However, we've allowed for enclosures before, and with this being a newer house, you know, I think a case can be made for it. Not only that, but the rhythm of the houses 2 and 3 doors down from you, having half enclosed porches, I think to me says, is encouraging. So those are my thoughts, initial thoughts. Anyone else? Commissioners? Commissioner Barth?
Hey, first of all, Shelley, how's it going? Long time no see. You know, I like this as well. I mean, you know, we've done this a number of times, especially it sounds like, you know, the architect and the client are intending to, you know, keep this as reading as an enclosed porch. You know, a porch that's been enclosed rather than, you know, the other examples down the street, you know, just being totally enclosed space. So I think that's a positive. One question for you all. What portion of the porch would you propose enclosing? Is it, you know, between the first 2 sets of columns, or would that encompass the area in front of the entry door?
No, we'd leave the entry door clear, so it would just be the bay to the right.
Gotcha. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, other than that, I don't see any issues, especially since this is sort of a newer house.
That's why we came to ask questions first before we did any drawings, because we weren't, I know that the porches are really important in the historic district and keeping that connection to the street. And I wasn't sure how you guys would feel about enclosing such a dominant front porch. But like I said, we do have some other examples in the neighborhood that are similar, and we do want to keep the feel of the porch intact. We just want to capture it as some heated living space to extend their living area.
Yeah, especially the example that you show, as long as you get it to look right and feel like it's, you know, a porch rather than getting rid of that language, I think then
Right.
that's fine.
Okay. Anything else, Commissioner Barth? Nope.
Nope, that's all I
Okay.
had to say.
Okay, perfect.
And I'll add, if there's examples in the neighborhood that the commission really likes or enjoys, like, that we could use as an example to follow, we'd be happy to look at those as well when we start designing.
Commissioner Hinman.
I have a question for staff, which is, given that this is one of our newer districts, and I'm looking at the Mecklenburg County, like the parcels and going up and down the street, and they really are all 2002 on that side of the street. I'm wondering how this side of the block came to be in the district and sort of what its role is in the character of the district, because this district the register was, what, 95?
Yes, I don't have an answer to that, Jessica, but that's
Okay,
a good
so-
point to bring up, that research can be done.
I think where I'm falling on it is our guidelines draw a pretty hard line about not enclosing historic porches. And what would make this different is that this entire side of the street is not historic and was not contributing to the district. And that this would add, would respond to the constraints of the site, keep the life on the street, which is characteristic of the district, and be designed in such a way that would add to the fabric and the character of the district. So I am willing to consider it based on those points, but I think we're going to have to be really careful in evaluating this project to not set a precedent such that homeowners would assume they could enclose historic porches, since that's one of the very few things in the guidelines that it draws a very hard line on. Does that make sense?
That's exactly why we wanted to bring it before we started doing any drawings.
Good plan. Good plan. Well, I don't know how the other commissioners feel, but I think that because of the age of this house and the age of this side of this block and the characteristics of this side of this block, I think it's a really interesting proposal.
Thanks, Jessica. Okay, Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, I would just like to add that I think additionally that they would appear to be abiding by our guidelines 7.2 number 3 that would ask that any addition could be removed and retain the integrity of the house, and it seems like that is also their intention.
Yeah, and that would work well with 4.8, number 6 for porches too, Jill. So thank you for bringing that up. Commissioner Henningsen.
Trustee Harps, I don't remember any previous applications to enclose a new construction or newish construction, a non-historic house, but using historic houses as an example, I feel we get 3-4 requests a year on this. Where do we typically fall on enclosing porches? I know the guidelines say no, I just recently over the last 2 or 3.
So the most recent requests have been for commercial uses, which we don't get into use, but that was the reason they were giving for enclosing the front porch and on historic houses, and the commission has landed no very strongly on historic houses. I think this is probably most similar to maybe a new construction house. I believe it's at 218 or 216 Grandin, which has a partial porch. And it was built as new construction to look like it at one time had a full porch, but that had been enclosed. And so that's probably the most recent one. Is it 216, Cindy? Is that right? We can look it up and I can bring that to you. But to me, this is more similar to, given the age and especially that there is such a variety and some of the houses were built to look like and a porch was enclosed. For this particular house in this particular location, it might be appropriate.
I agree. It makes sense based on age, based on the fact that there are examples,
Right.
a couple of houses down. Agreed.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, PJ. Commissioner Rumsch.
Hi, good morning. I think that we need to be real careful about enclosing front porches, period. What we're not only charged to preserve historic houses as much as to preserve the streetscape and the feel of the neighborhood. And the front porch is probably one of the most important things that create the streetscapes of these neighborhoods. So I'm not sure that, I mean, me personally, I don't think I would ever vote for an enclosing of the front porch. I just need to have that said. I know that that's not where the commission's going.
And this is a workshop, and that's exactly the kind of input I think the applicants in the commission is looking for. Thank you, Damon. Do we want to move on to the next workshop item?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Shelley. And Bree, I'll circle back with y'all later this week, early next week.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
Yeah.
thank you, everyone.
We're going to move along to 325 and 331 East Boulevard. John, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
I can. There are a lot of slides in your presentation, but I added one that you'll see here just to orient the commission, to show them what we're looking at. We're looking at the site of this former quad and then the site where everyone knows it as the Magic Maze. And so John has come forward with a scheme for new construction on these parcels, and he's looking for a high-level feedback. John, I would recommend maybe skipping over some of the beginning slides in your presentation and really focusing in on what your concept is.
Got it. That's fine. We can go to slide 13 then, where we do the initial plan, or slide 12, where it's the site plan right now. Maybe, yeah, start there. So my name is John Abish, founder of Roland Architecture. Thank you for your time today. This is a site that I'm proposing as the applicant. And this is at 325. This site is about 88 feet away from the residential property. So we looked at our maximum heights, setbacks, and things of that nature. We're allowed to go to about 40 feet, but we were trying to keep it below that. I know this is a very prominent site, so our thought was, given the context of this corner, we are looking to propose 3- and 4-story townhouse units. Could you go to the next slide, please? So if we look at the plan, what we tried to do was break up the massing here into 2 separate buildings. Some porches facing the street and some townhomes facing east and west along Euclid, respecting the setbacks set forth, and really wanting to take advantage of that front setback for landscaping and for some garden areas, and really dressing them up. Next slide, please. This is just a draft landscape plan of what we're looking to do. We're still working through sidewalk, pedestrian access, and how to really activate the pedestrian feel of this site. As you can see, the entrance to the units that have garage parking in the back would be accessed from the public alley. So we would be hiding that parking lot and those garages from the road. Just try to maintain that residential feel that's a little more appealing to that corner. Next slide, please. This is just a simple draft of a building section showing kind of what we're doing with 3 stories, with the 4th story set back, really trying to minimize the massing at the top level on some of these units that are facing Euclid and facing the west property line. Next slide, please. So this is a good slide that shows what we came to the staff with. The preliminary design on the right, the building that's white right now, was what we came with. It's just, hey, we're allowed this massing. These are the setbacks. This is the height. This is the mass this is sort of the sandbox. And talking with the staff, we knew that we really had to start to pull back and really start to chill up the roof lines, break it up, really think about the massing and pulling it back to the pedestrian feel and pedestrian level. So the revised design proposed massing on the left. Obviously, there's still work to be done, but we started looking at some hip roofs, breaking up those roof lines with some dormers, and showcasing just a little bit of how to break this up and make it blend back into the context. Next slide, please. This is just a street shot level view right now of that front corner. Now, granted, this is just where we're starting to think about porches and balconies. We're not showing columns right now, so obviously there's a lot of work to be done there, but it's just really for massing, proportion, lines, line of sight, and the banding around the building. We do plan on maintaining a high percentage of masonry on this project and following the historic guidelines for materials, obviously. Next slide, please. This is a view of Euclid looking back towards East Boulevard. So looking at that rhythm along this portion of the project, and there would be roof terraces on some of these units facing Euclid. And I'm showing just a balcony rail up there right now. That's not what it's going to look like, but showing that it's pulling back, creating a lighter feel up at the top there to make it feel, more pedestrian, lowering that roof line. Next slide, please. This is a shot from the rear. So from the alley, you would drive in and see units on both sides. So this is kind of just more of a dressed up version of some balconies facing each other, trying to create a sense of community on the inside as well, not just making it feel like a back entrance. Next slide, please. This is a shot, southwest facing the corner of east in Euclid. But looking at some different dormer shapes, arched dormers, and you can see the complexity of the roof at the top and breaking it up to provide some good opportunities for some windows, and not making it feel like a massive roof structure. Next slide, please. And that's the last picture, last slide of the massing is just the preliminary slide as well, just showing the other corner. These 2 buildings are similar, so they're pretty much mirrors of each other. looking both ways. So we think that, you know, those units facing East Boulevard being 3 stories kind of pulled down, really pulls it back into the neighboring property, and respects the context a little more. And the last slide is just a design inspiration showing that, you know, what ownership really likes is the idea of long lasting materials, the masonry, that sort of color palette, on the far right picture, with the cedar shakes and some of these darker tones. And then the picture on the bottom left is not based on color that we like, but it's more about the idea of community landscaping and, you know, a project like this really taking advantage of that landscaping. So we're looking forward to your thoughts. I know I didn't have a lot of time to present, but this is kind of where it's at in a nutshell, and looking forward to your comments.
Okay, thanks so much, John. Commissioners, feedback for John. John, how many units are you planning on putting there?
12.
12?
Yes, 6 inch.
All right, commissioners. Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, thank you. Where do you propose the air conditioning units, things like that, to exist?
The air conditioning units, we obviously want to hide them from the road. So if they are on the ground, it would be in the back. But we are looking for opportunities with new technology to hide the condensers within the attic space, with air intake and things like that. So if they are on the ground, it would be hidden in the back with landscape. Not along the front, not along Euclid, not along East.
Any other questions, Jill? Okay, Commissioner Hinman.
John, thanks for this presentation. Christy, can you scroll back to the site plan and the walks, essentially? Yeah. John, I think a pattern that we see often in these, you know, old mansions that have been converted to commercial or mixed use along East Boulevard is in the siting of them, sort of a singular front walk and sort of an open ground level space. And so I think there's a lot of moves you're intuitively making at the base of this that are absent the Zoutwell Street surveys, which we would need to see on East Boulevard to see this in its full context, feel like they would be contextual with East Boulevard. But I think perhaps a stronger reading, and I know that you're, you know, pretty talented here. I've seen your work before, but a single walk from the sidewalk into this mass that, you know, is reminiscent of a foursquare that then splits off would probably be a stronger reading to the pattern on East Boulevard. And then Christy, can you go to the 3D view of this? This is good. Yes, this one, thank you. The one that says 23 on the bottom corner. There's a pattern that we sometimes see in additions to hip roof houses that appears to be like a hat on the house. It's when we add another story that's a hip roof on top of a form that's a hip roof. And we see it a lot in the streets around East Boulevard, and it tends to be a massing concept that is not terribly comfortable. And so I feel like this idea of the hip roof that's smaller on top of the hip roof that's larger tends to be one that doesn't get a lot of momentum in these historic district meetings. And I don't have a great way of articulating that to you, but I want to bring it up now when you have the benefit of the workshop.
Understood. Understood. Yeah, I was struggling between the hip roof top or a gable that extends, extending it further. I definitely understand your point, though.
Thanks, Jessica. Okay, Commissioner Rumsch.
Hello again. Would you show the Euclid elevation? It seems to me that the East Boulevard elevation is really nice, but the Euclid elevation is really flat and doesn't really present an entrance for such a large building or a focal point for the building. It's just a long, flat building with some, with some overhangs. I think my feeling is that because it's a streetscape, needs more attention to be inviting and have some public space between the building and the street, or private public.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Henningsen.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Yeah, absolutely agree with Damon on the Euclid streetscape. It's very massive. One question I have is, I'm a little concerned about the height. So what are you using to, I think your words are, authorize or, get approval for that height? I mean, I'm just looking for an example of, that dictates the 3 to 4 stories.
This is more for basically on the pet overlay. It's a pet overlay district. So if we look at those setbacks and those height requirements, it's within the pet overlay requirements.
Got it. So pet overlay and not historic requirements.
Correct.
Okay.
We're kind of looking at both and trying to blend that as best as we can, I guess.
Okay. And that's one area that I'm most concerned of is how does this blend into the, historic buildings, that are in the immediate context.
Understood.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or suggestions or thoughts, commissioners? Okay. John, thank you so much for joining. Hope you found this
Thank you very
helpful.
much. Appreciate your time.
Okay.
Take care.
Thanks, John. We have one last item that we need to do officially before we start our meeting is to adopt the Oakland Park Design Guidelines Supplement. So we had our public hearing last month. I've received no comments or input since then, so we're looking for a motion and a formal adoption.
All right, commissioners, you've had a chance to look at the guidelines. Who wants to make a motion for Oakland Park?
I make a motion to approve the guidelines as submitted for the Oakland Park Historic District.
All right, you've heard Jim Hayden's motion. Seconded by, is that Nichelle?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Seconded by Nichelle. Commissioner Bonaparte. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Jim Hayden,
Yes.
Phil Goodwin,
Yes.
PJ Henningsen,
Yes.
Nichelle Bonaparte,
Yes.
Damon Rumsch,
Yes.
Jill Walker,
Yes.
Jessica Hinman.
Hey, sorry, I raised my hand for discussion of the motion, and now I'm concerned. I have some minor edits, and I don't know whether I need to bring them up now or whether that's something I can meet with Christy on.
I think bring them up now, please.
I was gonna say, Jessica, we're gonna have these are going to be incorporated into the larger guidelines when we finish the multifamily and commercial. So why don't I work with you on what those minor edits are, and we can incorporate those when we reaffirm this, when we readopt everything. Will that work?
Christy, yeah, that sounds great to me. I'm really eager to get these guidelines adopted and in place, and these are minor edits. As an example of the minor edits in the Windows section, it dictates a 1/1 sash, and I think that's going to be problematic for us to dictate that kind of a thing when these are considered on a case-by-case basis. And so I would love to work with you on that, but I think they're all really minor in nature, and so I will vote yes because I'm excited to get these adopted.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Hinman, and you're good with that, Christy. Okay, all right, Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Parati, yes. So the motion passes 9-0. All right. One more minor little announcement, and then I will turn it back to Kim. We are looking at, speaking of guidelines, we are looking at holding a staff retreat on Friday, March 26th. And commissioners, I will be in touch, polling you for what times of the day. I think in the past, we've done mornings. That seems to work pretty well for most people. But if you would tentatively mark your calendars, and that's the meeting where we're going to talk about
issues like Jessica just brought up with minor changes to the Oaklawn Park. We're going to talk about commercial. We're expecting to get a draft from the consultants on the commercial and multifamily. And then we'll also talk about any tweaks that we need to make to our existing guidelines, so we can get all of those things back in the hands of the consultants and hopefully have guidelines within a couple of months. March 26th, it's a Friday. Yes, sir.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Chrissy. And I just want to add to that, that due to COVID, we have a backlog of applications that we need to see. And I just want to get on record that our commissioners work tirelessly to prepare for these meetings. I was looking at our YouTube channel and just looking at our meetings alone, we blow all the other meetings out of the water with 6 hours and more. And so we spend a lot of time digging into these applications and studying them and doing field visits. And then we do our marathon meeting here. So we have a bunch of people who are volunteering all of this time, who have shown a major commitment, not only to this board, but to the communities they serve. Having said that, I ask for your patience if you're waiting for your application to be heard. We've had some significant applications that have come before us, particularly multifamily, so we are working through that. Having said that, commissioners, I know that you do a lot now. I'm asking that you do a little more because we have such a huge backlog of applications. In addition to the retreat on March 26th, we're going to ask for a second meeting to be held April 28th. I hope that you all will step up and agree to be a part of that meeting so that we can get through some of the applications that have been put on ice here as of late. But again, thank you so much for what you've already done, for the extra meetings, for the extra time, and for your commitment to our communities. All right. So with that being the case, why don't we get started? The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the March 10th meeting. I'm Kim Parati, chairperson, and I call this meeting to order at 1:20 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Jim Hayden and Phil Goodwin, as well as PJ Henningsen, who are present within the meeting room. The rest of the commissioners participating remotely include Chris Barth, Nichelle Bonaparte, Jessica Hinman, Damon Rumsch, and Jill Walker. Also present are Christy Harps, Nico Hannick, Candace Leidy, Thomas Powers, Jill Sanchez-Myers, Linda Keish, and Candy Thomas. I would like to start by acknowledging that we are conducting this meeting using a remote online platform. I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There might be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. No case is proceeding today in which anyone contacted the city to object to the remote online meeting platform. For everyone participating in today's virtual meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be followed. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone, and do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking, or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Due to the remote online nature of today's proceedings, any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design guidelines. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC will close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be opened for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. And finally, a final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names before they speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having a difficult time hearing and understanding. Are there any questions? All right, let's get started.
All right, first application is 2000 Charlotte Drive. It's for an addition, and I'm not going to spend any more time explaining it, but turn it right over to the applicant. Alan, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yes, Alan Brooks, 2021 Euclid Avenue, Charlotte.
Alan, is anyone else talking on this project?
Yes, Angie Lauer.
Okay. Angie, if you would state your name and your address, please.
Angie Lauer, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B, Charlotte, 28208.
Thank you both. Okay, it's all yours. Let me know where you want to go.
All right. Well, first, just background. This house has come before the commission before with the same property owners. Once in 2014 for a small kitchen addition on the left side involving tax credits. And in 2018 for the side street on Ideal Way, the side rear porch addition that displaced a smaller screen porch. You'll see that in the plans as we go forward, but it's a circa 1941 small house, colonial cottage style, on the corner lot with a steeply ascending front lawn and with retaining wall and steps. The side street ascends up Ideal Way with a basement garage. And then there's a separate garage in the rear. I don't see the photograph that really shows that in this context, but there it is, 23 Dilworth Road East. And then you can see Ideal Way as it comes down toward the intersection of Charlotte Drive. So these houses provide the context of which the house is there at the corner. And one thing, it does have a dual stairwell from the basement to the attic. And so within the attic space, currently there is living space, and it actually have rough ends with a bath, but the space was uninhabitable code-wise, with only a maximum peak height of 6'4" I'm getting a little feedback. Is there any Can you hear me okay? I guess so. Okay. So the owner, over 6 feet, wanted to expand the upstairs headroom for legally habitable space, and that manifests in increasing the roof height. And so you can see on the proposed front elevation that it's done by extending the roof plane on the left-hand side with a gable, and then on the right-hand side with a hip. And if you go to the side street, you can see how that does the extension of the roof plane, and then beginning down at the first floor level above the window, it planes up with, now I think it would be good to go to the rear elevation. And you can see where the open porch there with the gable and the sort of half timbering effect on the porch was original to the 2018 addition. And so in this proposed scheme, it would be repetitive of the tracing of the rear porch, but with a steeper roof plane that engages into the hip that extends across the back, and then all the addition behind those two roof forms. And you can see where in the rear that there is the setback of the house, and the original porch that was there on the extreme right-hand side of the rear elevation, you can see, is what was a porch originally that is non-compliant code-wise. So it's beyond the setback, but that's not a main point, but just of note. So getting back to, I guess, the front elevation, the house is a cottage style, and we still try to maintain that look and appeal. And behind that left side front kitchen addition is the addition of the second floor. So it still maintains that cottage style. And the addition is again toward the left rear corner, and still maintains the front elevation and the side elevation. We can go to the side. So what we've done is actually added the roof form, extending that roof plane up with a dormer, and to be code compliant, extending the chimneys. Now, one thing that we did was to extend the existing chimney. From the photographs, I guess you can maybe go to the photograph of the side now. You can see how the comparison of the two chimneys there, where the original one has a notion of being more slender, and the rear one looks kind of stocky. So I think that adjustment is probably a welcome one. So that's basically the manifestation of the concept and the design alterations to the house, with maintaining the wood siding in the scheme. And if you look on you got the proposed left elevation up there, having the siding, and we've also extended the brickwork for the gable. You can see the original window there in the original gable, but what we've done is extended that gable up, and also included the same kind of detailing. I guess switch to the front elevation now, if you will. It has the brickwork there with the decorative little window vent. And one thing that's not on the drawings that we intended to do was you can see on the front elevation of the 2004 edition that has the brick mold around the window, and the down in the proposed, the molding around the window is true wood casing, and we wanted to do that to change the so it would conform to not having brick mold used in the siding window there. The materials and detailing follow the existing. There's basically no changes to the permeability or the foundation footprint, and the HVAC is in the rear yard and to the side. So there's your context that on Charlotte Drive of the proposed and the existing. And there are roof heights that hover at the same. And there are some that have been additions, I guess, that were before that did not comply. And there is no elevations on the side street, but I think it really doesn't have too much context in terms of what would be applicable. So I think you can see from the photographs that the slope there really does take a its own perspective. So that's all that I have for at this point.
Okay. Angie, do you have anything you want to add?
I do. Thank you. So one of the things that, if you go back, Christy, to the rear elevation slide, which I believe is slide 41, in order to maintain the porch roof, it appears in this that it's an overbuild, but if you look at the left elevation, which I believe is slide 39, let's see, sorry, 40, maybe? Sorry, Christy, one more, the other side. Yeah, you can actually slide 40, the addition of the roof, which is the extension of the existing hip roof, does not encumber the original back porch. It is purely an overbuild at the thermal wall of the house originally in order to gain the height. And two, in following the guidelines to do additions to the back and not to the front, because this is a corner house, it in essence has two fronts, which is ideal as well as Charlotte Drive. And this addition does fit within the guidelines of additions to the rear and not seen from the street. While it is a little bit higher, the height increase is fairly insignificant in comparison to its neighboring house, as well as the house that is on Ideal Way that backs up to it. If you go to some of the photographs back, the original photographs, Christy, and I'll make this very quick. I believe slide 36. Yes, so slide 36, center photograph, you can actually see the house at 2003 Dilworth Road East is 2-story in the back where the rear garage is, and there's a wall right there. So the addition for this particular project is not an impact to its volume as much as some of the other homes that are surrounding it. That should be it. Materials match. As Alan said, we are actually putting trim around the windows, not just siding and brick mold, and doing it in the more traditional manner. Roofing material matches, boxing matches, and the site plan, I think, is really a telltale of where the addition actually stands. So, Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, Angie. Thanks, Alan. All right. Do we have anyone on the phone who wishes to speak for or against this application? No? Okay, commissioners? Commissioner Rom, why don't you kick us off?
Hi, good morning, Angie and Alan. I have two questions. One is I just want to understand the trims. So first of all the brick in the house, the trim around the windows and the brick or brick mold. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and wherever you have brick on the new addition, it'll match the brick trim around the windows. I don't think I don't remember if you have windows in brick, but if you do, it'll match the existing brick detail. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I know you have wood siding. The details on the wood siding that exists looks like the window has brick mold around it. Is that correct? The existing one?
Correct. It doesn't have.
And you're planning to use regular traditional trim around windows that are in a wood-sided plane, unlike what's existing. Is that right?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. So I just wanted to get that clear, is that you're not matching the existing wood details, but you are doing something traditionally accurate. You're using new brick on this house, is that right?
Only for the extension of the gable on the left side.
Okay. Can you match the brick of the existing house and the mortar in that gable?
Yes, it's a fairly common brick. We haven't researched that at this point, but certainly we'll strive to do it. And also, very importantly, is the tooling and the mortar color composition as well.
Okay.
So
you're willing to put that as part of the application as part of a motion? Is that correct? Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I had for questions.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Damon. Commissioners, any other questions? Yeah, PJ?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Question, can we go to the site plan? And Alan, question for you. Is there going to be any new AC units installed? And if so, where are they going to be located?
They're right now in the rear on the left-hand side.
Okay.
Toward the rear, and they will be there in the other, well, I'm sorry. The HVAC unit is on the left-hand side, but it's actually in the front yard, and it is screened.
Are you going to need to install a new unit, an additional unit? And if
Most likely,
so,
yes. And what we'd intend to do is to put it there on the same area, but screened, and it should not be any larger than the existing one. But there is screening there for the air conditioning unit.
okay, so the new unit will be installed in the front yard and it will be screened and it won't be larger than the current unit.
Yes.
And I say that because I just got a new AC unit and I feel like it's taller than I am. Okay. Okay, thank you, Alan. Another question. So any of the commissioners that are architects out there, any feedback on the roof forms or would be appreciated. I know I've stared at this application for a while and I get kind of confused, so.
I plan to address that in our discussion when we get started.
Deliberation.
Okay.
Let's go to Commissioner Hinman.
Hi, thanks. Christy, let's stay on this slide number 37 for my question. Alan, can you just walk us through really quickly the three iterations of the phasing of the projects on this house so that we can understand what the historic house was? My understanding was kitchen was added to the left. If I'm looking at the existing side plan, kitchen was added to the left side.
Well, yes.
In the early, yeah. And then porch was added to the back. And then this is the half story.
Yes, that there were the two previous, and this would be the third In the first application, I'm assuming it was a side porch that had been enclosed. And but
Now I understand.
it was made into a kitchen, and the rear addition was a smaller screen porch, and it was made larger and wider with the addition.
Christy, can you go to the left side elevation on slide 40? I think I understand, Ellen. So if I'm looking at the left side elevation. I might have been thinking of a different one. So the former sort of icebox porch, which had been enclosed, was converted to a kitchen, and there was a screen porch that was converted to this covered back porch. So is it roughly fair to say that the footprint of the house, sort of the brick footprint of the house, is generally speaking the historic footprint of the house?
Yes, with the exception of
Okay.
the enlargement of the back porch.
Okay, thank you. That is exactly what I needed to know. That's really helpful. And then I have a question. Let's stay on slide 40 for a second. About the brick extension and the loss of the original rake for the gable on this brick gable. And I think when we've been approving the, riding up the front roof pitch a little bit to allow for code compliant space upstairs, we're often asking that false rake be retained. And so I really like your nod to the long, slender vent in the front. And I'm wondering if you'd consider, retaining the false rake and switching materials there, but, retaining that nod to the vent.
I think that would be, it would certainly be easier to maintain that. And if it's poetic, then installing a similar roof vent in a wood interpretation trim-wise and have siding there instead of brick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would
Yeah.
be, certainly that can be.
Cool, thank you. That's all for my questions.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Hinman. Commissioner Rumsch.
I'm sorry, I didn't take my hand down.
Okay, thanks, Damon. Do we have any other commissioners who'd like to? Commissioner Goodwin.
Hi, yes, I'm looking at the proposed left elevation, the proposed right elevation, the two chimneys. Just estimating the amount that the chimney height is going to be increased, that appears to be about 2 feet to meet, you put on the plan to meet the code. Is that about the amount that the chimneys will both be raised?
I think the back one will be raised more. But you can sort of see the relationship of the slenderness factor. I think just when I'm there on the street, I think it's a welcome addition, but it would be about less than 2 feet on the front original one, and then maybe closer to the 3 or 4 for the rear.
Okay, thank you. And all the more reason to have a brick and mortar that matches well. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. Any other questions, commissioners, before we close for deliberation? Angie, your hand is up. Did you have something you wanted to add?
I did actually.
Okay.
I was going to go back to Jessica's comment about adding the rake or keeping the rake and then adding siding. The only difference would be the overhang. You're right, because you're losing the 4 inches of brick and you're still keeping the fascia the same. So I just want to make that a point to, note that there would be more overhang at that particular intersection. And there, if we do that, there will be a flashing and a cricket detail that will have to be resolved where the walls meet the wall. The wood wall meets perpendicular to the brick. Just a point.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Angie. Commissioner Hinman, do you have additional questions now that Angie stated that, or are these things that can be discussed?
Yeah, I 100% understand what Angie is saying there. Thank you, Angie.
Okay. All right. So why don't we close for deliberation? Damon, I'm going to kick it over to you.
Okay, hello. First of all, this house is really very notable in Dilworth because the separate garage that's in the backyard has such a unique entrance into the street because it's kind of underground. And that whole side addition is kind of important. So, and I think Angie and Alan did a great job in that elevation, just kind of keeping that pretty subtle, and in the front elevation. I found that I feel that there are two conflicts with our design guidelines. The left elevation, I guess, which is slide 40, which is what you're on now. The introduction to our addition says adds should complement original, and the 7.2 number 6 design should be compatible with existing building. And I just feel that the gable and the second story addition with its flat roof and its box with the gable end there is varies extremely from the original design, and I think therefore is in conflict with our guidelines. Would you go to the rear elevation? Here, I feel that we still have the same issue. I think the gable end, even though the large gable end, which is a steeper pitch, is recessed back, I think the simpler that gable end reads, the better. I think the integrated beams should probably go away and just let that be as simple as possible. The low pitch roof across that gives me, I feel, is in conflict with that also. On the other hand, both of those elevations are not very visible to the street. So, you know, I'm not sure how important those are, but I feel pretty strongly about, I think mostly about the left side elevation. The windows are 6 by 6 and they match the other second story windows. So I think they work. That kind of called my attention at one point. The two chimneys, extending them like they do, I think is a good idea. It also distinguishes old from new by putting the band between that separates the old from the new. And if the AC units can actually be hidden by the existing screening in the front yard, then I think that's okay. So I think that's pretty much what I noted as I looked through the application.
Yeah, very helpful. Thank you so much, Commissioner Ramsch. Commissioner Barth.
I just want to reiterate some stuff or reinforce some things that Damon mentioned, specifically towards our guidelines 7.2 number 6, with reference to compatible building elements and additions with regard to the existing structure. I mean, the overall roof form on the addition is extremely complex, and it took me, you know, I'm still figuring out how all this fits together. You know, I don't know whether, you know, we ask the applicant to analyze the project, looking at using potentially a little bit simpler roof forms. You know, I think we have some, especially looking at this back elevation here with the steeper roof pitch over the lower slope covered porch. I think they may have some waterproofing issues with these roof planes and how they connect to one another. Also, speaking to the windows, I do appreciate their sensitivity and picking up on the light pattern and the organization of the windows. However, I think you know, some of the windows on the proposed may be a little small, at least for the human scale element and proportion as it relates back to the existing structure. And that's all I have.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Barth. Any other comments, commissioners? It sounds like we are moving towards a continuance to restudy the addition and the compatibility of it. Damon, you've done a lot of work on this. You want to give a motion a chance and see what we can come up with?
Sure.
Please.
I move that we I forgot the wording, I'm sorry. Move to
Continue.
continue, thank you. This application for mostly the redesign for simpler forms, roof forms on the left and rear elevations. I cited 7.1, which is our introduction to additions, and 7.2, number 6, which deals with the design compatibility with the existing structure. The existing house has very, very simple forms, and the new addition has much more complex on those two elevations. I also move that in the new submission that we have more specific details about the wood trim as it's going to be installed, rather than just saying match existing, and it may be there already. I also would like to see the new AC unit, since it's in the front yard, and how some pictures of that and showing how the screening will adequately screen the new AC unit. I think that covers everything. Anybody else have one?
Commissioner Barth, your hand is up. Did you want to add a friendly amendment?
I accidentally left it up, but I do have a friendly amendment. Damon, should we also request to see, or have the applicant show us a brick sample as it relates to the existing brick?
I'd be happy to add that. I think that it's up to him, noting that he said it'll match, to make it match. If it doesn't, he'd have to bring it back, but I'd be happy to add that. So I'd add that as another item, is to at least show us or show staff the brick sample that matches the existing, and it can be approved at staff level.
And I'd like to add another friendly amendment, Damon, if I could. Speaking to what Jessica mentioned on the left-hand elevation, where we would like to maintain the existing rake profile for the pop-up roof, and for anything above that rake line to be in a different exterior material.
Can you show that on the screen? I just need to. There was discussion that when you change that to a woods material, and what you're trying to do then by doing that is make a differentiation between the existing and the new. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, that's what they said. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think maybe that might resolve itself in the redesign, and you've given them enough to go on that you don't have to quite be so specific in your motion.
Okay. Withdrawn.
And if you're okay with that, Chris, yeah, we'll leave that out. Okay.
Withdrawn. Thanks.
Okay, we have a couple of other commissioners who want to chime in here, Damon. So Commissioner Walker. If you're talking, Jill, we can't hear you. Now we can hear you, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I don't know if this can be attached to the motion, but I did want to point out my concern also being the possibility of the original structure, being able to return to the original structure, given the complexity of work that this is introducing. I don't know if I can see that.
Well, I think the redesign, so Jill, are you thinking in the other elevation? So I specifically want them to address that in the left elevation and the rear elevation. Do you have any other, the other two elevation? I don't have that much concern with the other two elevations in terms of the complexity.
Yeah, I guess
So
I
I
didn't
think-
hear, I just wanted to hear that guideline 7.2, number 3, that talks about trying to be able to return to the essential integrity and form of the original building.
Okay, and I didn't have that in there, but I'd be happy to also cite 7.3.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jill. All right, so it sounds like we have a motion. Damon, do you mind repeating that for a court
will.
reporter, please?
I move to continue for a redesign for a simplification of the forms of the addition on the left elevation and on the rear, citing 7.1 introduction, which is additions complement the original, 7.2 number 6, which is design is compatible with existing buildings, and 7.3, which I'm not exactly sure what says, but it seems that it's appropriate. A showing of the second or the new AC unit in the front yard, showing how it will be hidden by the existing screening, to get a brick sample to show that it matches the existing brick. And I think that's it.
All right, do we have a second for Damon's? Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. So motion passes with the continuation 9-0. Thank you, Ellen and Angie.
Thank
All right, let's move on to our next one.
Okay, our next application is 536 East Tremont. This is located in the Dilworth Historic District, and they are asking for a freestanding accessory structure. Brad, are you with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Brad. Were you sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, we'll do that first.
All right, Brad, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Brad, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please, and then you can get started with your presentation.
It's going to be Brad Lassiter at 536 East Tremont Avenue.
Okay. The floor is yours, Brad.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner and staff. I appreciate the opportunity to be in front of you today. Hope everyone is doing well. Basically, we are doing a accessory structure, 3-car carport, and we can move on to the next slide. It's just a general location picture showing where we're at on Tremont. We can continue on. Again, in doing this project, we've actually encountered with zoning. I applied for a variance. There is a large elderly tree to move this carport to be located where I'm physically hoping to build it. Both those things were approved. It was basically a 16-inch reduction in a variance and then a 3-foot from the back. So we can move on. Again, just another digital image. With the aerial location in the rear of this picture, you can see that there's an existing concrete poured pad on the rear of the property. The house is actually on Tremont. It goes over a creek, running water source to a bridge to where they actually park their vehicles. It was a newly renovated home, approximately 2017, and existing concrete pad for their vehicles, which we're hoping to put a carport above. We can go to the next slide. Star indicates kind of where the project's going to be located. Again, just on the rear of the property. That's a front visual of the home as well. Let's go one more forward. Top left corner showing you where the concrete drive is located. With it being pre-existing, the carport's just merely going to go, over encompass the actual existing concrete. The middle picture showing for the variance request that I requested that were approved. And then we can go to the next slide. This is just showing, again, another situation when the decision for the variance was approved, showing where the concrete and rebar and where the existing concrete pad is. Next slide. So coming from the Dilworth Mews Road on the rear, you can see the existing concrete slab that's been poured. The carport will basically encompass where you see the wooden post to the other side of the concrete slab. So encumber both vehicles. Next slide. This is a diagram of the structure going to be built. It's a post beam construction, architectural shingles to match existing main building. It will not be taller than the main building, being that it's 3 stories tall. Minor slopes, 512 pitch. Materials to match existing. Basically, a post beam construction is just approximately 10 feet longer than a normal carport, being it's a 3-person carport. Let's go to the next one. This is just showing diagrams of how the construction will be plated with wood truss system. It's going to be exposed. There will be no heating and air. Nothing to be added electrical wise. Merely just a basic carport. And this is my request for the variance, getting it over the existing concrete poured driveway.
Okay, Brad, is that it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, perfect. Do you have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application? Nope. All right, commissioners, any questions of Brad? If not, we'll go ahead and close for deliberation. All right, Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I was trying to get an understanding of how the carport structure would relate to the house that it would be adjacent to on, I guess that's Dilworth Mews.
Yes, ma'am.
And I couldn't, I've driven by and looked at the concrete pad so I can kind of see it, but it's not, do you have any kind of a sense of the number of feet away it is from that property?
The side property?
There's a home that you can kind of see through those trees to the left of your car pad there.
The
And-
variance request was, sorry.
Yeah, so I was just wondering how it was going to impact that home, that's all.
Being roughly about 8 foot tall with a 512 pitch, I'm looking to be about 12 to 13 foot tall. On the property line, we're looking at roughly 1 foot 9 inches from the property line, which was the variance request.
So it's it's a little over 1 foot from the property line of that house that we can see barely through those leaves, right?
That's not the house. I think that's their garage as well. The house is
Let me see
further
if I
to
can
the left.
understand this. The carport's basically gonna go where those cars are, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then if that truck there were to keep driving, it would drive directly into a house that's right there that you can kind of see,
Right.
right? So that's the only thing I was wondering was how close will your carport be to that property there? Because I believe that's their backyard. I think
Yes,
they have,
ma'am.
there's a door right there to their house, so just trying to get an understanding of whether that's on
That-
top of them or, yeah.
That's their, it looks like, I just pulled it up, it looks like to be their back of their deck. If you look at that gray truck top to the side of the tree,
So the carport will sit a foot away from your property line with, that you share with them.
1 foot 9, almost 2 feet.
Okay. And what is the height of your carport?
10.
It's just 10 feet tall. Hmm.
Normal carport, then the roof line's a 512, so that would be 3 more feet, so I would say 13 and a half feet to the top of the peak of the roof.
Okay, 13 feet. Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Commissioner Hinman?
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions. I know you noted in your presentation that the finished materials were all to match the existing, but if I'm reading the drawings correctly, the aesthetic here is of a timber parking structure, right? That's not going to be clad in materials to match the house, right? What is the finish going to be on this parking structure?
It will be wrapped to match the back deck on the rear visual of the property.
So this structure will be wrapped.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any images of what that's going to look like when it's wrapped?
I do not currently, no, ma'am.
Okay, but your intention is not, the slide we're looking at right now, slide 60, that is the structure of that is the parking structure. That is the structure, but not how you intend it to appear when it's finished.
Being the end of the gable, that will be enclosed with the cedar shake that's current with the building, the normal structure.
Okay, and then my other question is, at the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned there was a tree that we needed to evaluate. Can you tell us about the tree location? And Christy, can you go to a site plan so that we can have that discussion?
Yep. Ford one, I think.
Maybe
No,
slide
too bad.
58, maybe?
That one. So
Okay, this
you
is
can see
slide
the truck.
59.
Yeah, the truck and then the SUV and then that large tree was why I applied for the variance request to shift it over towards the property line to not impact that spruce structure.
So the tree is to remain. It's unaffected by this application?
Yes, ma'am. That was the
Okay,
main
thank
reason
you.
not to impact the structure. Yep.
Thank you. That's all for my questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Romsch?
I'm having a lot of trouble with this application. It doesn't seem to me that we have enough information to kind of get at least for me, to get a feel for what's coming out, what's going in, how it looks on the streetscape. I mean, really, if this is going to be the only thing on this street that relates to the house that it's serving, and we kind of need to see how it sets in line with what's around it, and maybe a picture with this drawn in to kind of show how it. I just can't imagine we're going to approve this without having to know more about what it's going to look like. I think this is incomplete. And anyway, that's all I have to say.
Yeah, so thanks for saying that, Damon. Do we have other commissioners who feel the same way? Yep, okay. Why don't we go ahead and close for deliberation? So it sounds like this is going to be a continuance for more information. Who wants to take a stab at that motion? Jill, do you want to take the lead on it?
Sure. I'd
Okay.
like to make a motion to continue this application with a request that the applicant return showing the commission this carport structure in context of the street that it's on, specifically the houses, at least to that one side. I don't think there's a house to the other side for a while, but I'm not sure. I can't remember
So
driving down.
there is one across the street from the pad, and then the one that you're talking about, Jill. So I think maybe you want to reference guideline 8.9 number 3 about compatibility with the site and historic building.
Yeah, exactly. I have that written down right here. So the applicant to return with information that gives us more understanding of how this will exist in context with its surroundings per guideline 8.9 number 3.
Thanks, Jill. Who wants to second that? PJ?
Can we expand? I believe there was information about insufficient drawings, that the drawings were just of the structure, not of the finish.
Sure. All
Thank
right,
you.
did you hear that, Jill?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, why don't we zoom in on the fact that we don't have accurate drawings? There was supposed to be a wrap that we're not seeing in the drawings, and so we need accurate, up-to-date drawings of how the structure will look.
Okay, so I'll add that to that's a friendly amendment, basically.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And maybe just saying exterior elevations.
Okay.
And PJ, you're still good with seconding that?
Still goes, I just want to make sure that we're, yes, I'm still good with seconding, but I just want to make sure we're clear that we're asking for detailed drawings of the finished product as well.
Did you hear that, Jill?
I sure did. To return with detailed drawings that show the exterior elevations and materials of the finished product.
All right. PJ will second that. Okay. Any discussion of this motion before we vote? Commissioner Barth?
Do we also need a clarification on the height of the structure? Or is that
Yes.
understood as far as the?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Well, yeah, Jill, you determine, because I think you
We're
said we
told it
need
was
more
13 feet
information.
tall. Well,
We want to make sure that we have documents showing that.
okay, I'll add that. Well, that's added in the exterior elevations. I would think that's included in that sentence that I just detailed drawings that show
Okay.
exterior, right? Right?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Commissioner Hinman?
Yeah, I don't think this needs to be included in the motion, but I think it's probably important for us to discuss before we vote, because I think the motion is spot on that we need accurate drawings in order to evaluate this project. But I'd love it if we could have a really short conversation about the fact that it's a 3-car carport, and that is not something that we've typically approved in this area. And I don't necessarily know that we need to give the applicant guidance on that, because really what we need is accurate drawings, but we maybe should discuss that.
All right, why don't you kick it off, Jessica?
Well, this one is really a little bit complicated because it's at the edge of the district on a street that's not in the district. But a three-car garage on this edge of Tremont, it wouldn't be consistent with anything that I know on that edge of the Dilworth Historic District.
Sure, and we've cited 8.9 number 3 about compatibility, but you think we need to say more?
Yeah, I mean, I think the size and the scale.
Need to be reconsidered.
Doesn't the first page of this application say 2-car garage?
Jill, that was probably staff's misunderstanding of the project based on the information provided. So I'd go with whatever the applicant said.
Yeah, I got confused there.
I don't know that we have enough information to say anything more than that, but I don't know that, you know, just, I mean, my notes just say is a 3-car carport incongruous with this edge of the district, of the Dilworth Historic District?
Yeah, I think that the conversation, you bringing up the point, will hopefully help Brad with this. And revisiting guideline 8.9 number 3 that speaks to compatibility within the context of the site should also help with that.
Thank you.
Right, so we have the motion made by Jill. Do we need to repeat that? Okay, so Jill, why don't you go ahead and repeat the motion?
Sure. I make a motion to continue this application with the request that the applicant return to the commission showing this particular structure in context to its surroundings, both visually and on a drawing, and that the applicant provide detailed drawings that show exterior elevations and materials of the finished product. And
PJ?
perhaps an amendment to revisit the 3-car nature of this structure.
Sure, okay. PJ?
Second.
All right, seconded by PJ, motion made by Commissioner Walker. Any discussion, further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Hinman, Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. So motion to continue passes 9-0. Thanks, Brad. All right, let's move on to the next one.
Okay, our next application, okay.
Let the record show that Commissioner Henningsen has to recuse for this one.
Yes, thank you, PJ. Our next application is 251 West Kingston. Commissioner Henningsen is recused. This is for alternative materials. The applicant is Brian Wilson. Came to y'all before with a different proposal, and he's back with something that is more in line with the guidelines and past decisions of the commission. So I'm going to turn it over to Brian. Brian, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yeah, hi, my name is Brian Wilson, address 251 West Kingston Ave, 28203.
Brian, I'm going to turn it right over to you.
Great, yeah, I think, so yes, as Trish mentioned, we was here before the committee a couple months ago and with a different proposal, but this is, and we can hop straight to the pictures if it's helpful, but this proposal is to replace the siding on the new addition, just the new addition, but all 4 sides of that new addition, to replace the siding on it with fiber cement siding. It's my understanding that the committee has previously approved that on non-historic additions and on new infill construction. And And as you can see from the next slide, this is sort of a comparison between 2007, 2009. You can see this new addition was not there in 2007. It was there in 2009. You can also see that, a lot of things were changed. Front porch was changed. The addition of the wood cedar on the top right and front of the house was all new as part of that. And this was all done prior to Wilmore being declared a historic district and prior to my ownership at all. But anyway, you can see lots of changes. This whole new addition was added. Cedar wood shake was added. My hope and proposal is to improve that the new addition with fiber cement siding, non-grain fiber cement siding, and I guess I would offer, if the committee would like to see more differentiation between the types of siding and the new addition from the original main level of the house, I'm happy to consider and add that. But yeah, I guess open to any questions, and just for my edification, as a point of clarification, I am interested in sort of understanding what the committee's or the commission's view on the siding and materials are, given that they were new in 2008. Are those considered to be historic materials or not? Just curious. But yeah, open and available, answer any questions. Trying to replace the siding on the new addition, all four sides, with fiber cement siding.
No?
All right.
Okay. All right. So commissioners, questions of the applicant? Questions for Mr. Wilson? Okay, Jessica?
Hi, thanks. I just want to confirm, since we've seen this application before and there are some changes, am I understanding the scope of the application correctly, that the story-and-a-half addition on the back, you're proposing to wrap it on all sides with the James Hardie product?
Yes.
Because before we were only looking at some sides, but now we're looking at all of them, right? Okay. I
Yes.
just wanted to make sure we had it right before we discuss. And then the existing siding on the house is a wood lap siding?
Yes.
And what is the thickness of the wood lap siding on the existing house? It's usually about 3/4, although sometimes it's a little different.
I have not measured the thickness of it. I
Okay.
can come back to the committee with that if that's helpful.
Sure. And then the window trim that you're showing, there's a couple of different window trim profiles and configurations on the existing photographs of the house. And so what is your intention with the window trim in these fields where you're requesting the Hardie siding?
No changes to the window trim is being contemplated. All of that I think is fine and new as of 2008 and still in good order. And so there's no proposed changes to the window trim.
Okay, and then on the side elevations, currently what you're proposing to remove has shakes in the gable end, and yeah, this is perfect, slide 77. Shakes in the gable end and lap siding on the second story, but you're proposing lap siding all the way up the gable end?
Yeah, sorry, that's no, that's just an error in that elevation. The shake will stay the shake on both sides of the house. It's just the That's my fault in that elevation there, but yeah, there's the wood shake will stay wood shake around the house, on those, both sides and on the front of the house. That'll all
Okay.
be.
And then my next question is, this siding material is intended to be used with a corner board, and on the existing photos of the house, there are corner boards. Are you, in the proposal, are you requesting to miter the corners, or are you requesting to keep the corner board condition?
Keep the corner board condition but
okay.
If the committee feels like, miter corners are more appropriate, I'm happy to consider that.
No, I just want to make sure that we're understanding what you're requesting accurately.
Yeah.
And that's the intention of my questions. I think that's it for my questions. I have a couple things for discussion, but that's it for my questions.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. Any other questions before we close for deliberation? All right, let's close. Jessica, I'm going to kick it back to you since you had some things that you want to bring up during this time.
Yeah, sure, no problem. This is something we confront from time to time. At the state level, there is support in the federal guidelines for using fiber cement cladding products. We have typically approved them in new construction and in additions when they are a contrasting material. I'm not familiar with too many situations where we have approved them as a material to match. And that's something that I would, if someone else has experience with this commission approving that, I'd be very interested in hearing it. My reservation is twofold. One, that the hardy that is being proposed in this application, and Christy, can you go to the slide that has the specification on it? This one, slide 74, is the very thin hardy. It's the 5/16 hardy, and we've not approved that thickness of hardy in this commission before, to my knowledge. We've typically approved the artisan line, which is closer to 3/4 inches, for compatibility with the existing structure and with the historic building methods. That being said, and I don't know whether this is for this discussion or not, but there's been a lot of problems with procuring hardy artisan right now. And so I don't think it's as simple as us just saying it has to be artisan, because I don't think that's something that the homeowner can get at this particular point in time. And then, of course, we really do have to talk about the window trim and the corner boards, such that the window trim and the corner boards are proud of the deepest thickness of the lap in the lap siding.
Okay. Those are the points. So we're looking at the type of fiber cement, the fact that it's not hardy artisan. We're looking at the fact that it is matching the materials and not contrasting. And then we're looking at window trim and corner boards. Commissioners, do you have anything to add to that list, or do you want to speak to these points that Commissioner Hinman brought up? I'm going to do a little round robin just to get some feedback here. If I don't, okay, perfect. Commissioner Rumsch.
I think we just need to add that the plans be more accurate, specifically that the shakes are included in that gable end. So, but everything else I agree with and whether the hardy plant, the material is available right now. Wood is always available, so that would be the backup. I think the siding that exists, the material should match the thickness of that siding. Some houses have a 1/2 inch lap, so maybe that is something to consider in this situation, but we don't know what the thickness of the material is, so that's something to consider.
Okay, so we want to make sure that we also include specific plans regarding the gable ends and the cedar shake. All right. Do we have additional points that we want to bring up? Because I'm taking the silence as meaning you feel like it's been covered, at which point we can make a motion. Phil?
I just want to reinforce Damon's point that I believe that the thickness of the siding should be consistent, and if that requires wood, if you can't find artisan or the regular hardy siding that matches that, you should use wood to match the thickness. It should be consistent. Thank you.
This is a question for the contractors, really for discussion. Isn't Nichiha a thinner profile than Hardy Artisan that's more that nominal half inch? Nichiha Savannah line? I know the commission has approved it in the past as an alternative to Hardy when a thinner profile was needed, but a fiber cement product was requested.
So did you all hear that? The question Christy just asked? I'm gonna throw it to Phil and Damon and Jessica and Chris.
I don't use that material usually, so I'm not very familiar with it. Jessica seems to like it though.
Jessica, can you speak to that for us, please?
We haven't used Nichiha on a project before, but I wouldn't hesitate to specify it if it were to match in thickness. It's closer to a half-inch thickness, which we more commonly see on Victorian houses, and Hardy Artisan's closer to a 3/4 inch thickness, which we more commonly see on Craftsman homes. That's not a universal truth, but I think the point being that we need to know the thickness of the historic lap siding, and we need to be looking at a proposal that matches that thickness as closely as possible. We also need to know the reveal on the historic lap siding to know what the reveal is on the proposal. And then there really is the bigger question about whether we have approved fiber cement to match wood, in a coplanar condition when we typically approve it as a contrasting material.
So if we had more time, maybe we could find out cases where we may have done that. All right. So we need precedent for it. All right. Well, it sounds like we have a motion. There's a motion out there. So Jessica, I'm going to kick it to you to see if you'll get us started and, per usual.
Sure.
Chime in where we see.
I will move to continue this application for more accurate drawings of exactly what is proposed, including but not limited to the shakes at the gable ends, the thickness and exposure of the existing historic siding, the thickness and exposure of the proposed fiber cement siding, and window trim and corner board details that demonstrate that they are thicker than the deepest point of the lap in the siding.
All right. Who's going to second that?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. All right. Any discussion of the motion? All of the notes I took,
You know what? I have one thing to add, and precedent for the use of a fiber cement product coplanar with a wood product.
All right, Jessica, will you accept Jessica's friendly amendment?
Yes.
All right, Jim is still with you as your second, and if there's no discussion of the motion, we can vote on it. All right. Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Rump.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes. So the motion to continue passes 8-0. Thank you so much, Brian. And let the record show that Commissioner Henningsen has returned. All right, let's move on to the next one. Okay, why don't we have a little break? All right, why don't we take a 7-minute break? Not 8, 7, the number of perfection. So that is 2:44. Let's return at 2:45. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're back. Candace, are all of our commissioners back? Sometimes we can hear Candace, sometimes we can't.
Hi,
We're good?
Christy.
Okay.
I see there's a couple people missing.
Who are we missing?
Jill doesn't have her video on. Oh, she's back. Chris
Okay.
Bosch, we're still missing, I think. Oh, no, he's coming back. He heard me.
Okay. Okay. All right,
Thank
good. Sure, we're gonna start. Sarah and Alex, are you with us?
Yes, we're here.
Hi, have y'all been sworn in yet?
No.
Okay, we're gonna do that first. Kim, you're up.
Actually, I want PJ to jump in here quickly before we swear them in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, real quick, commissioners, Ms. Sanchez Myers, I just want to disclose that I know Mr. and Mrs. Wheat, we have not talked about the application.
Okay,
Madam Chair, if I may address
Sure.
this.
please.
Do you have any close familial relationship with these applicants
No,
or any business ties to the parties or the project? And have you had any conversations with them about the project?
no.
Just so for the record, there's no, there doesn't appear to be any conflict of interest unless, do you feel like there's any conflict of interest for you to proceed?
No.
So if there is any objection from either the applicant, an interested party, or any other commissioners, then the commission can consider and vote on the issue. But in my legal opinion, there does not appear to be any conflict of interest in Commissioner Henningsen proceeding.
Okay, thank you so much, Attorney Myers. Anyone have any object? Yes.
Just suggest that we ask the applicants if they are okay with Commissioner
Okay.
Henningsen sitting in on this case.
Okay, Wheat family?
Yes.
Do you have any objections to PJ sitting in on this application?
We do not, thank you.
Okay, perfect. All right, so let's get you sworn in. If you will, please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay, perfect. Thanks so much.
Okay, this application is for a number of landscape and site projects, including a floating deck, a bocce court, and a brick sandset patio. This was an after the fact application. They do have to go through the permit process for the deck. Staff has approved 3 other projects on this site. We've approved what we could. But what we can't approve at the staff level due to location on the site and lack of screening options, we have brought to the commission for their review. And again, that is the bocce court, the deck, and the brick side yard patio. At this point, I'm just going to turn it right over to the Wheats and let them talk about the project and fill the commission in on everything, and we'll go from there.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, staff, for having us this afternoon. This is our house. That was about a year ago. It just was kind of sitting there on a big dirt red clay lot. We can go to the next one. This is just, what's that called? The
Survey.
Yes. That's the survey. Thanks. And here you can see the location. As Christy mentioned, some of these projects have already been approved, the front walkway and the English garden in the back. We have a fire pit on the side. And what we're looking at, the bright blue square there in the front is the deck. The red circle is a little paver patio, and the gray rectangle is a bocce ball court that we've installed. You ready? Yeah, sorry. Okay, so this is the bocce court, which you just saw on the survey, runs along the side of the house. It's like a crushed gravel base, covered in like a granite dust, and then the dimensions there. It's 10 feet wide by 60 feet long. Oh, we can go on, sorry. Floating deck adjacent to bocce ball court. If Alex wants to talk more to this?
Yeah, the floating deck was really just sort of an add-on to the bocce ball court as a place where, you know, we could enjoy ourselves as we played the game. It's 12 by 20. It's about 24 inches off the ground. Before the project was halted, there were plans for a wraparound bench on the southwest corner of the deck. And then on the northwest corner, there will be, hopefully, there will be some railing 36 inches high, again, to code. And then again, on the north side of the deck there will be an opening for entrance and exit. And then the picture on the right is a sort of, well, I certainly hope it looks like that after my amateur craftsmanship comes into play, but that's the idea.
And this was just actually from a previous application, just showing kind of a garden path that we sort of carved in and kind of wound around through the side yard, and it connects different parts of the yard. We can move from there. And this is, oh, sorry. That's just a view, like if you're on Park looking, that's a Pindo palm that we planted in the front yard there. And those get to be, what, 10 feet tall, 10 feet wide. They're pretty like wide. They're not a super tall palm, but they're very wide and kind of squatty. That will provide some natural screening there from the front.
That's really the start of the screening process, as we plan to add additional ornamental grasses, as you'll see in this this PowerPoint later. But yeah, that's really just the start of the screening process. We just kind of ran out of planting season time, so.
We can go, yeah. And then this is, you know, on the right there is an example of kind of how the pavers would be laid out in the patio, and you see it's kind of sandwiched in between the deck and then a little tree stump there. We had a dead tree. And then you can also see here that we planted arborvitae along the 25 along the Mint Street. We chose, we wanted to do a natural screening, a natural border versus a fence. So we went with the arborvitae, which one day will be taller than they are today, and, you know, sort of block some of the traffic noise along Mint and just kind of close in our yard a little bit. I think this is just another view, little baby arborvitaes. Oh, this is, yeah, these are, sorry, additional photos of, but again, this was literally like a year ago. I think we started the English garden like next week. So there you see, just see like the front, the side where the bocce ball court is now, the rear yard. The bottom left, again, is just a different shot of the side.
The west side of the house.
Yeah.
Yep. The point of these pictures is really to show what the lot looked like before we started our landscaping ads. The picture on the lower right is a pretty good indication of what happened or what happens to the lot when it rains pretty hard here in Charlotte. So a lot of erosion. You know, from my readings, it's important to plant, you know, a lot of trees and plants, and then with the addition of some landscaping, that adds a nice way to avoid some of that erosion that happens when it rains pretty hard here.
Next. So this is some of the stuff we've done to date. Yeah, so you can see the front walkway, the arborvitae, we put a driveway in, little English garden in the back, just planted some roses for the garden. Those are not our roses. And then along the bocce ball court, this is our plan here. We're going to do fountain grasses. So those would go, I'm directionally challenged, but Alex can tell you.
Yeah, so again, you're looking from the north, looking south at the court. Some ornamental grasses will run parallel to that face, and then along the right side there, those grasses will line the court and the deck and screen, so that we have that everything will be nice and screened in.
And again, this is just more examples. We're going with ornamental grasses, perennials, things that have some height, some flow, some, you know, color to them that kind of change throughout the season. And this will be in the area where the Pindo palm currently is, and along kind of that. Yeah, exactly. This is just our inspiration. That's, yeah, similar like deck, yeah. These.
So here's some other examples within the neighborhood of timber used, floating, not decks, but raised bed gardens in these pictures. So similar to the structures that we currently have on the west side of our lot. Again, raised beds with constructed with timbers. You can change to the next slide, please. And then here's a couple of examples, all side yards. The picture upper left is a front yard deck. And then the two on the right and on the bottom are side yard floating decks as well. Again, just so we are in line with what is, also happening in our neighborhood.
The last one, this is just an example of like a patio on a side yard there. And again, what ours is and kind of the paper, the image, the proposed image, sorry.
And then Sarah, I have the additional information, but I think
it's repetitive.
Yeah, that's my fault. So it's in there twice.
No problem. Yeah, it's the same.
Okay, all right. So do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application? No? All right, commissioners, questions or comments for the applicant?
I think this was my lead. Under normal circumstances, I would say I'm totally in favor of it. I mean, I think all of the improvements that are being proposed are removable, and even though some of them, it's not hard to think that there could have been a bocce court on this corner somewhere along the line in its history. Might have had something to do with ethnicity of the first people in, but nonetheless, it's certainly part of what could have been a historic neighborhood, as well as some of the other things. The fact that some of them are not necessarily attached to the house, as they might be in traditional use that we would see, floating decks and that kind of stuff, are a little more of the contemporary ilk. But nonetheless, it could go away in a heartbeat if somebody decided that's not the style of landscape they wanted to have around their historic house someday. So in large measure, I'm fine with this. I will say that I think your selection of some of your plant materials will probably over time, you'll regret or potentially regret. Ornamental grasses and things like that are wonderful when they're doing their thing in the late summer and early fall. And pretty much the rest of the year, they leave something to be desired, and they certainly don't provide a significant screening function. But they do have a wispy, willowy kind of look to them when they blow in the wind and that sort of thing. But it's a relatively narrow window of time that their plumes and things like that are out there being real showy. The arborvitae is probably a good selection for a hedge. It's just going to require some patience on your all's part to have privacy that you may ultimately want. I could see you all wishing you had a fence when all your neighbors are coming over on Friday night to play bocce when you really don't want them there on Friday nights. But nonetheless, all that said, I don't have a problem with what's been proposed here. I think the neighborhood will all appreciate it in the long haul. So that's my comment.
All right, thanks, Jim. Any other comments, commissioners? Or questions before we close for deliberation? Okay. All right, why don't we close? Yeah, it sounds like a motion.
I will move to approve. Oh,
Okay.
I'll withdraw that.
Commissioner Hinman.
Second, Damon.
Yeah, I was just gonna, this is Jessica, I was just gonna make the motion. So go ahead, Jim.
I approve as submitted.
And seconded by Damon, yes? Yes. All right, any any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes, motion passes 9-0. Thank you so much, Wheat family. Have fun. All right, next application.
Okay, the next application is 1912 Park Road. And I believe the property owner, Jeff Cohen, is with us to present. Jeff, are you with us?
I am.
Hi, Jeff, welcome.
Thank you. You can hear me okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
Great.
Jeff, have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, that's the first step.
All right, Jeff, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So this is an after-the-fact application for a new front walkway and landscape wall. There is a lot of information in your packet about it that both the applicant has provided and some neighboring residents and contractors in support, which I believe we will be hearing from some of those folks shortly. But at this time, I'm just going to turn it over to Jeff. Jeff, if you want to talk about the project and your material choices and go from there.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks for the chance to have this application reviewed. First, I'd like to say that my wife and I, Sherry, we grew up in Charlotte. And, we decided last year to come back and buy a bungalow in the Dilworth area, and we found this great house on one level, and so spur of the moment we bought it, and we've been working on it. We learned through our due diligence when we bought the house that it's also under protective covenants with Preservation North Carolina. And besides this application for the front landscaping and the front sidewalk replacement, we applied to add back porch off the back of the house, and that's been going back and forth. Quite a hassle, quite a lot of detail, quite a lot of hurdles, which I think is just about being concluded after a year of lots of conversation and back and forth and expense at our architect. This front part, we were remiss in not applying for a COA, but the sidewalk was busted up. It was concrete, it needed to be replaced, and we've got a great Labrador Retriever who requires a lot of walks around the neighborhood. And my wife and I saw how many stone sidewalks there were in the neighborhood, and made the decision to replace the irreparable concrete with blue slate, which, like I said, we'll discuss that a little more when we get to the pictures. But basically, we planned the landscape for this right side yard. If you look at the front picture, we just wanted to put a path along the right side going back to a gate in the fence and to our trash cans back there. And then this front piece to replace the busted concrete with slate. We got about 3/4 of the way through and got a stop order from the city because we had not applied. Our bad. We made application and we went ahead and finished because it was 75–80% complete and it was an eyesore and dangerous. So I notified the commission that we were just going to complete it and then wait for this hearing to see what the decision was going to be on our future. I guess if you go to the next slide. Or is that something I can do?
You should see it advancing. It might have a little bit of a delay. We are on slide 120, which is a site plan. Is that helpful?
Okay, the site plan just shows in highlight where the front sidewalk is and the side path that we wanted to put to the back. And we also would like to have a low stone retaining wall across the front. There's not a lot of elevation to our front yard, but there's some. And so as much as being a retaining wall, it's a decorative thing that I think helps maintain the edge of the yard. So that's all that needs to show. I think basically a lot of the other slides show, well, this one shows the material that we would like to use for the retaining wall. It would be a very low wall, about 8 or 10 inches tall. Directly across the street from us are 2 walls exactly like it. I think I have a picture on the next slide, which shows what a couple of the neighbors' walls look like, as well as some of the others in the neighborhood. Yep, that's one directly across the street. So it's really, it's a pretty simple deal. We've had a lot of conversations and done a lot of soul searching and discussions about what's historic and what's not, and have discovered through our architect and through some construction people in the neighborhood that slate was probably around before concrete was, and is concrete, I think at some point many decades ago, was deemed to be an appropriate replacement for concrete. I mean, for stone. The concrete was an appropriate replacement for stone. So in hindsight, our thinking is that that it was not necessarily a mistake to put in something that was much better looking. You don't need to dwell on these pictures. I went around the neighborhood and took some pictures of retaining walls and some pictures of other sidewalks that are materials other than concrete. As this slide shows, slate's a natural product. It's indigenous to North Carolina. It lasts longer than concrete, requires less maintenance, and there's historic precedent for it all over Dilworth. I think there's probably 90 non-concrete sidewalks within 4 blocks of our house. There was a slate sidewalk at 328 East Park Avenue, which is not within a couple of blocks, but is in the Dilworth neighborhood. It was approved by the commission at that time, I think in the mid-90s. I understand that there's another sidewalk around the block from us on Tremont that was not approved after the fact, but it was a material, and looking at the regulations, I understand in 8.4 that there are certain specific materials that are not approved, like bare concrete block, interlocking concrete block with beveled edges, treated landscape timbers. my hope would be that in the future, the commission deems it appropriate to determine which materials are appropriate and specify. I understand that the regulations can't specify every single thing that's involved in architecture or landscaping, but this seems to be one that wouldn't be that difficult. I listened into the February meeting because we were on the agenda, and I think it's similar to the slate roof material that you all looked at and discussed, and I think eventually approved, because it looks as good as slate, it lasts as long as slate, and it's a 21st century construction material that is appropriate based on the way it looks and based on the way it lasts. You'll advance the slides. I'm not sure that we need to dwell on any of them. That's the house on 320 East Park Avenue that has a slate sidewalk. I think the next picture is very close to that house and is the one that was approved in the mid-90s. 328 East Park Avenue. These are other slate sidewalks in the neighborhood. And let me just summarize, close by saying that although this has been a time-consuming, difficult process, we love old houses. We have one older than this that we've lived in Atlanta for decades. It's our hope that we can find some middle ground. This is what it looked like when the work was stopped. And the top right photo shows what the right side of the house looks like, where we want to continue just a slate walkway, which we've seen a lot of those in the neighborhood too, on the back side of the house. Not even sure you could see it from the street. I think if you keep going, you might get to a picture of what the slate looks like now. Yep. And I would like to add one thing, and that is that in walking around the neighborhood and meeting our neighbors, we have yet to have a conversation about our sidewalk replacement with the neighbors, where they're not amazed that it wouldn't be a simple approval. I know that popularity is not something that you guys use to make your decisions, but I just think it's interesting to know that the other folks who live in the neighborhood and probably have an appreciation for maintaining the historical features of the neighborhood feel like it's an appropriate and a good looking thing. So that's it.
All right, thank you so much, Jeffrey. Do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against? Okay.
Yes, we have 3 speakers.
Okay.
The first is the project architect for the rear addition that I would like to update is been completely approved. Jeff, you should check your email. You got the paperwork this morning for that rear addition. Don Duffy.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Don, you're up.
Am I turned on? Can you hear me?
We can. Don, have you been sworn
right,
in?
I was stressing out. I have not officially been sworn in today.
Okay, why don't you raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you
And,
affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. I
Thank
can
you.
turn my camera on. I don't see where I can do that, but I don't know that it matters.
It's okay, we can hear you.
Okay. I think Jeff did a great job of explaining why we're here. And so I just wanted to follow up. I've done a survey of the neighborhood, probably within about 4 blocks of this house. And I've come up with about 90 addresses within 4 blocks that are not concrete. So as I, as the architect, look around for precedent and examples and context, we see a lot of non-concrete sidewalks. I did see some repaired concrete sidewalks, and I saw a few new concrete sidewalks. But moving off the guidelines, and it's clear in the guidelines to retain existing sidewalks under Section 8. But it also follows up with looking for design precedents in the surrounding area if you're doing new concrete. Well, our concrete was, let's just say, non-repairable, which is why we have the new sidewalk. And if you were one to just walk around the neighborhood looking for patterns, we have 90 other examples of within, it's like Park Road, East Tremont, Brookside, Lenox, Magnolia, Ideal Way, Dilworth Road West, and Charlotte Drive were the sidewalks I walked. And I think those addresses were like 90. So there's a strong precedent for something other than concrete, right or wrong. And I think if it were a new sidewalk, we would be falling within our precedent. I think the big challenge here is we took out a concrete sidewalk and have put back, I think, a very appropriate new sidewalk that meets the guidelines. The material specifically is not precluded as a modern material. As Jeff stated, I think this is a historic material. Rock's been around a lot longer than concrete. And I think it looks very appropriate to a bungalow, including the broken pattern versus, say, an ashlar or a more refined pattern. So that's kind of all I have to say, is just to add to, we think this is appropriate for Dilworth, and based on the precedent, it's consistent with what is within the 4-block area or even the broader area.
Okay, thank you so much, Don.
Okay.
Who else do we have on?
We have Bob Henderson.
Bob Henderson. Bob, have you been sworn in?
Dominic Cristano is on. I was hoping to follow him.
We can certainly change the order. Dom?
Thank you. Thank you.
Dom, are you there? Well, Robert, before we let you go, have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, well, we're going to swear both you and Dominic in together then.
Okay, if you guys will raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. I do. Can you hear me? This is Dominic.
We can now. We can now, Dominic.
Okay, yeah, okay, I do.
Okay. All right, perfect. Thank you. Dominic, the floor is yours.
All right, thanks. Yeah, I just put a quick together PowerPoint presentation, I guess. So I'm Dominic Cristano. I live on 329 East Park Avenue, where some of those pictures, I guess, were earlier shown. I'm a Dilworth resident. I live in the Robert Jefferson Walker landmark home. I'm a general contractor, like 30 years here in Dilworth, and I spent 10 years on the commission. And just, I'm gonna say, just drawing from past experience for myself, you know, we actually worked on that house back in either somewhere between 2008 and 2012. I can't remember exactly, but the sidewalk was not repairable in 2000 and whenever 8 to 12, whenever we worked on it. We did a rear addition for that house. So I know it hasn't gotten any better over time. The concrete was delaminated and falling apart. So, you know, and I understand that the applicant did not ask for prior approval. Yeah, when you know how that goes when you're on a commission. It seems to happen often on small things like this where you have landscaping issues. But long story short is, I guess it was not repairable back when we worked on the house. So it's not. I'm sure it wasn't repairable, 10 years later. But which takes you, I guess, to, it takes you out of the repair category to replacement category. And then the question, of course, is what material is appropriate. And then, and just going through what this slideshow just kind of help out a little bit here, but we request, obviously, applicants requesting substitute materials, stone versus concrete. Going back to the day of, which is in the slide presentation of what I consider the Bible in the Department of the Interior that, kind of has our guidelines where they come from. In 1860, concrete was a substitute for stone, and I guess vice versa. It's kind of the poor man's stone per se. But, it doesn't say on there like concrete is a substitute for brick. It just says concrete is a substitute for stone. So if you are going to replace concrete, I would probably pick stone over brick, but that's going to be a personal preference and what ties into the landscaping and the context of the home. And there's three things on this house, on this sidewalk. If you go through these pictures, you'll see that are pretty apparent. And it's not just to the street, but it's pretty much just to the street, which is that the sidewalks, you have to we'll go down farther into it there. Right there. Yeah. Go back two more. Maybe. Well, I don't know. You went past it. Well, I saw it before. It's a picture of the sidewalk. One more. Yep. No, you can't. Okay. So right there. You can see on the left-hand, right-hand sides that the sidewalk of the city insteps to the side, to the street, or to the sidewalk of the house. And if you go up and down that street, you're going to see cheek walls wherever that condition is. So somewhere, and it wasn't there when we did the house either. So someone has already taken out those cheek walls long ago, which kind of maybe supports also the applicant's request to do the retaining walls on the sides, which you will find up and down that street to have those retaining walls that are basically the same as that little small cheek wall. This particular piece of property only had about 6 to 8 inch elevation, whereas some of the others have similar, or they have up to 12 inches of elevation with those little tiny cheek walls on the inset step like that. The applicant did keep that historical part of that. And then the other part, of course, is the sidewalk is straight. And that's, so the cheek walls or the retaining walls or both would kind of go back to probably his original historical look. And then just going back here, I guess, in terms of, I mean, a lot of these pictures, you can look at them at your leisure. I don't think you necessarily need to go through all of them, but there's I think when I walked that street, there was one stone walkway further up the street. There was one concrete pavered sidewalk, and there was numerous, little cheek walls, right, that were there. And some people, and I don't know if they're original, where the cheek walls expanded to hold the dirt back. They're up and down the street there. There's like at least 3 or 4. And there's at least 3 or 4 that have brick pavers. There's one where somebody changed the straight walkway from the street to the house to a winding walkway.
Yeah. Dominic, I've got addresses on Park Road of the different in that area, if it matters. And I don't know that it does for our discussion.
Yeah. And so there's some other ones with the cheek wall with the stone going through there that showing the dirt held back. I think is what the applicant is asking to do, something similar to that, which would bring it back to more so to its original historical look, with the exception of stone and replacement of the concrete. But I guess in my view, in just like my house and several others that were shown, my house used to be concrete. My house was started in completed in 1901, started in 1898 or 9. The lot was bought. And when I went before the Landmark Commission and then the Dilworth Historical Commission at that point, I guess, the HTC, we used the fact that our family came from Charleston, and they actually allowed us to pull a design out of a Charleston home and incorporate it into ours. In the context, to me, if you go back to our guidelines, the context speaks to the property itself, in that the sidewalks and the walkways and the landscaping is kind of congruent, or kind of the fabric of the lot itself and the yard itself. And then I think when you then bring in the other homes that are around you, I think it's about that inset step. It's about the cheek wall. That's what makes, in the walkway being straight. I think that's what the rest of the other context is. It's not the materials used, it's the design of the look, which is the inset step, the cheek walls, and a straight walkway. And then whether you use brick pavers or you use stone or you use concrete, I think that's a personal preference to me in a sense, and what looks well and goes with the house. And back when I was on the commission, I remember John Rogers one time bringing up a point, and Bob may speak to this, since he's after me.
Yeah, Dominic, I apologize for cutting you off. I think you were around to hear me say that we have a backlog of applications.
Okay, yep, I did hear
So
that.
let's just
Yep,
stick to
you're
this.
good.
Okay,
Yep.
so let's stick to this one. Thank you.
What's that? Well, that's what I'm gonna bring up real quick, is that the context, is not just the house to the left of your house to the right either. The context is the entire district. And there's actually, I think, some court cases that were brought up back then. But that's it, really. It's just, I think the stone's an appropriate material for this home, as long as it follows the same setbacks, the cheek walls that are added, the retaining wall as shown in the picture right now, and that little inset step that creates that's the only thing that's consistent throughout the entire street. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Dominic. I appreciate it. We appreciate it. All right, so Bob,
Wait, for the purposes of the court reporter, I'd like to reference that was slide 164 that Dominic's been talking about. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Mr. Henderson.
Good afternoon. I'm Bob Henderson. I have to say that following Don Duffy and Dominic Restaino on historic matters in Dilworth is a pretty imposing thing. I was born in Charlotte, attended public schools here, and my wife Kristen and I have been residents of Dilworth since 1986. More recently, we moved across East Boulevard to our home at 1918 Lenox Avenue, which proudly bears a plaque as the winner of the 2006 Dilworth Preservation Award. And for some 41 years, I've been a real estate and land use attorney. And in the past, I enjoyed a lot of work with John Rogers and Wanda Birmingham, who are a great service. I would also like to very much thank each of you for your hard work to continue the important work of the commission. The result of that is that our neighborhood retains an increasingly rare authenticity. And it's one of the reasons we've stayed all these years, and one of the reasons we encourage the Cohens to move here. So despite my years in Dilworth and my extensive land use experience through my law practice, I did not know a COA was required solely for the replacement of a deteriorated walk in the original location with a material very common in Dilworth. I would never have imagined that the use of native slate materials would be considered inappropriate. Those failures are no doubt on me, but I offer in my defense that examples of front walks that are not concrete or brick for that matter, some very old originals, some old replacements, some newer replacements, are literally everywhere in Dilworth. And as best I can tell, few if any others know that this is considered inappropriate or that a COA is required to replace any front walkway. The use of rock material is everywhere in Dilworth. Foundations, fireplaces, retaining walls, walkways, including both formal front walks and every other kind of walk. The 1 block walk down East Worthington from my 1918 Lenox home to this 1912 Park Road site includes 7 stone front walkways by my count. Where are we going if stone is now to be deemed an unacceptable material? And will these folks now be told their walkways are not compliant, that they're required to obtain a COA on threat of civil and criminal remedies? I hope not. So let's look at the HDC design guidelines very quickly. Your 2017 design guidelines do not require replacement of concrete with concrete. I refer first to section 8.2, which is guidelines for private sites, sidewalks, and patios. It references that the new construction should follow historic design precedents of their surrounding environment. It does not say, as it could, that new construction shall be the same material. Then in section 7, it says that any new paving materials ensure that any new paving material is compatible with the character of the context of the project referring to the work being done at the house. And once again, It does not say the new paving material shall be the same material. So I also point you to the Charlotte Code section under which you operate, which explicitly says that your authority is to determine that the project is, quote, compatible with the district as a whole. It also goes on in section D under 10.210 to note most properties change over time. Those changes that have acquired historic significance in their own right shall be retained and preserved. Certainly that is the case for stone front walkways in Dilworth. Finally, and this will be my last point, just as you operate under the city ordinance that I've referenced, you also operate under the North Carolina General Statute. And there have been a number of cases in which these sorts of issues have been reviewed, including a reference to the statute, which is 160A-400. It's now been updated, the numbering, but it's the same, which says the commission shall take no action under this section except to prevent construction which would be incongruous with the special character of the landmark or district. And in that case, the court specifically held that the standard of incongruity must derive its meaning, if any, from the total physical environment of the historic district. I think that's pretty clear. This stoneway is not different or lacking in harmony from what's around it. That's just the uncontroverted truth. Now, you've got a lot of discretion in applying your powers. Appellate courts don't hold your decisions to the same standards as true judicial decisions, but that puts the onus on you even more to do the right thing and to not be arbitrary and capricious, which is the thing that you must not do.
Okay,
So,
Bob,
yes.
I just want to make sure that we're keeping it to the guidelines. So is there anything else that you want to add that is new information?
Well, respectfully, the guidelines have to keep to the statute and the ordinance, and that's what I'm addressing right now. I've got about a minute and a half, if you'll bear with me.
Please.
Thank you. So, let me just say, I'll make it even quicker. Denying a COA in this circumstance would have to be arbitrary and capricious, not only because it would violate the statute, the ordinance, and your own rule, but because of its very rarity, as described to me by your staff. As best I can tell, enforcing rules in this way for the standalone construction of replacement native stones sidewalks is not only rare, it might better be described as unprecedented. And yes, there was a case at Tremont, but that case is entirely distinguishable because that material was a synthetic manufactured product. I think this cries out for approval. I very much hope that you will see fit to approve this COA, and I thank you for your time and for your service.
Thank you so much, Mr. Henderson. Any additional people on the line?
No, not that I can see. I think that's it.
Okay, commissioners, any questions? We've heard a lot of testimony. So any questions or comments? PJ?
Yeah, a couple of questions. Do you have any pictures of the concrete walkway when it was beyond repair?
I think there's at the beginning of the slideshow, all the cracks and broken pieces are not on display. Kind of hard to see.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's fuzzy.
Okay. And cheek walls were mentioned. Are you intending to install cheek walls or just a retaining wall in the front?
Well, after all the discussion we've had related to that, I understand that cheek walls are part of the fabric of the sidewalks in the neighborhood. So while I wouldn't think that concrete cheek walls would fit well with that material, that some stone type cheeks would we would include those so that it would be appropriate and fit. Answers, yes, we would like to put some cheeks in along with the retaining wall.
Hey, Christy, question for you. Are there, I mean, there are a lot of examples of stone walkways listed in the application.
Sure.
But none of them appear to be historic.
Correct.
Do you know of any historic stone walkways that are in that immediate, block or two?
I'm not aware, no. And just to remind the commission, we had a discussion about this really similar thing and where we landed and I'll reference the address at 712 East Tremont, which has a lot of similarities to this case. It is not an exact same, of course, as been pointed out, but again, a lot of similarities with alternate materials. And at the time, what the commission decided to do was to take up this materials question at a retreat when we're talking about guidelines, which we will be doing on March 26th. So, I'm so thankful that both applicants have done so much research to show what's on the ground in the neighborhood and in the surrounding blocks, because I don't know that information was available in 2017 when we were rewriting our guidelines. But I just want to remind the commission that you cannot make policy decisions today, but the guidelines are the residences, they are the neighborhoods. And so when we get feedback like this, it's definitely worth considering at the appropriate juncture, which would be a policy discussion outside of a meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Christy.
Thanks, PJ. Any other questions or comments, commissioners, before we close for deliberation? I want to make sure that our applicant and the callers have a chance to address any kind of concerns or questions that we might have. Okay. Why don't we, someone, just so that you, make sure that everyone is muted if you're not talking, please. So why don't we close for deliberation and see what we think. Mr. Henderson referred to guideline 8.2, number 7, I believe. And so, I really just need some help here because it says repair damaged areas with materials that match the original paving. And then he went on to talk about ensuring a new paving material is compatible with the character of the context of the project, meaning the house. And then they referred to the bluestone that's located within the neighborhood. So within the context of the neighborhood, there's bluestone. But to your point, PJ, it's not historic. And these aren't things that with our 2017 guidelines, not guidelines from the 90s, but 2017 guidelines we have allowed. And so I just want to make sure that we're being fair to the to the applicant, but also being fair to any other applicants who've come before us who ask for the same thing, and we denied it. I want to make sure that we have a level playing field and that we're not doing something for one applicant that we weren't doing for another. So why don't we just see what other thoughts are out there, Commissioner Hinman?
Chairperson Parati, I'm so sorry that I have to ask this, and I should have asked at the beginning. I was required to recuse from 712 East Tremont because it's 2 doors down from me because of proximity. And so I was not involved in that discussion. I do not believe that is grounds for me to recuse here, but I feel that out of respect for transparency, I've got to ask the city attorney's office about that.
Sure. So Attorney Myers.
I'm good. This is Jill Sanchez Myers. I didn't believe there would be any
okay. I'm sorry, but would everyone mute, please? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
There doesn't appear to be any basis for the commissioner to recuse herself as long as she doesn't appear to have any ties to this applicant or this property.
Okay, and Jessica, just to repeat, you don't have ties to this applicant or this property, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. So did you have anything that you wanted to add to the conversation about this one?
I will say, having not been a part of the other application that's been referenced or that discussion, I would be cautious to kick off this discussion. But I do live in close proximity to this house too, just outside of the notification radius, and walk these blocks all the time. And I do not think it is an overstatement to say that Mr. Duffy found 90 examples of stone within 4 blocks. I mean, stone is so prevalent in these blocks of our neighborhood. It is all over the landscaping. It is all over the houses. It's just everywhere. It really does feel like a contextual choice of material to me. And I do think landscaping applications are completely reversible and in the spirit of the federal guidelines.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Hinman. Commissioner Romsch.
Hi. I was taken by Dominic's a discussion about the Secretary of Interior Standards, and I'm not sure I'm not sure that it's in the standards, but he said that concrete was an acceptable replacement material for stone, and if that was if that gives stone a status of historic material, that would definitely allow us with our guidelines to accept it. So I don't know if Dominic is still around, but if he could just reiterate what it is that he mentioned, I would propose that we could refer to that as considering the bluestone as a historic material. I personally think that this is fine. And if we can find legally a way for our guidelines to support it, I support the material.
Thanks, Damon.
We are closed,
Christy?
aren't we?
We are closed. Yeah, I can open up. So Damon, I'll open it up so that you can address Dominic. Dominic, did you hear Damon's question? Dominic? Dominic, are you there?
Yep. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Dominic, you mentioned at one point that concrete was a replaceable material for stone.
Right.
Where did you get that information?
I got that actually off the Department of Interior's website, which is actually in that presentation that I did. I actually cut and pasted it, I think. But in the Department of Interior's website, it does say that concrete was a replacement for stone as early as 1860. And then it goes on to describe some of the uses, even like copying stones with concrete.
So thank you, Dominic. That answers that. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, well, reclose.
I think that if indeed that establishes bluestone as a historic material, then that kind of gives us, we wouldn't have to revisit it or recreate policy in order to accept this, but up to the commission.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Romsch. Commissioner Barth.
I just have a question maybe for staff. If on the, I guess, rough site plan that the applicant provided, there was also a path shown going from the front of the house towards the side and rear for trash receptacle storage. Is that still in play here, or are we literally only talking about the replacement of material?
No, the whole thing's in play. So you'll see on slide 120, I'm pointing it out right now. This is that secondary sidewalk to the backyard. There's also the primary sidewalk to the street. And then there's this low stone retaining wall. And retaining walls can be staff approved if they're true retaining walls. Usually that's where retaining walls have existed before or should have existed due to the large slope of land. due to the flat nature of the front yard, staff was not comfortable and felt that was an overreach of staff's powers to approve a retaining wall at the staff level.
Or email Grimes.
Yeah, it's not that. I was going to try to confirmation.
Okay, yeah, my comment to the side walkway is, you know, I don't know if anybody has an issue with it, but in my perspective, you know, I don't know how this homeowner gets their trash around to the front of the house. You know, there's currently an alley that's, you know, looks abandoned as well. So, you know, I would vote to say that, you know, that seems appropriate. Just my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Barth. Commissioner Henningsen.
Yeah, I think we need to carve this application up into 3 components: the wall, the side pathway, and the front walkway. I would also like to say, when I look at guideline 8.2, number 7, repair damaged areas with materials that match the original paving, and then the second sentence, ensure any new paving, i.e. what I'm replacing it with, is compatible with the context and the character, right? Those almost sound contradictory to me, so I'm really on the fence about the front walkway. I think the side walkway is absolutely something that should and can be approved. And from a retaining wall perspective, I know one of the examples the gentleman listed in the application. I don't know what slide it was on, but if you look at Google Street View at Google Maps and go back to 2007, that house did not have a retaining wall. So I really think we need to make sure we have more of a conversation on the retaining wall, because I don't know if there's enough evidence in the context, well, with the slope of the land and the context of that block to support a retaining wall.
So, yeah, we reclosed. So how do you all feel about taking this in 3 parts, as Commissioner Henningsen suggested?
I'm fine with that.
Commissioner Hinman.
To answer your question personally, I don't think it needs to be split up, but I would say, as far as the retaining wall goes, that this particular block of Dilworth is of a completely different nature than the rest of Dilworth, because it's on the bus route and it's a major thoroughfare, and it's experienced in an entirely different manner than the rest of Dilworth is. And I personally, there are several retaining walls on this block. I walk this block all the time, and know many of the families on this block, and they feel incredibly appropriate as like the most subtle and historically appropriate sense of threshold between the semi-private space of my front yard and the bus route and people that are flying down that street at 45 miles an hour. Truthfully, those retaining walls feel so contextual. So while they may not have been historic, maybe they were, maybe they weren't. I don't know the answer to that. They certainly are sensitive to the historic fabric of this street, and they're very effective strategies for addressing the speed with which this street is experienced by the residents of the neighborhood. So I think they fall right in line with the federal guideline about the historic integrity of the place, and they are contextual. I just don't have a problem with them, particularly on this block.
Thanks, Commissioner Hinman. Commissioner Barth.
Sorry.
Okay, Commissioner Rumsch.
Since this is already in place, and since it looks like this is something we're going to be discussing in a retreat, maybe it would be a good idea for us to have that discussion, a thorough discussion of it around the commission, where we can kind of agree as to what we want, rather than trying to fit it into what we have, and let this be postponed. Let our decision on this be postponed till after that kind of discussion, so the commission can really have some time to consider it.
Damon, that is a very thoughtful response. There are a number of reasons why that's not possible, and they're all legal. So legally, we cannot talk about active cases outside of a meeting. So if we continued it, it'd be an active case. We also can't talk specifically about this case at our retreat. If you made
But
a
we-
decision, if you made a decision today to approve or deny, because they would still be within their 30-day appeal time frame. So any discussions had at the retreat, I would be very hawk-eyed about.
Well, but I wasn't specifically talking about this,
Sure.
the application, but about our policy about appropriate material. So
Exactly.
if we decided appropriate material and then applied it to this case after it was continued, would that be is that possible, or is that also not possible?
No, because we will not have that policy on the books yet, because we're going to be talking about policy changes that probably won't go into effect until the summer, because those are things that we're going to hand off to our consultant to fix in our current guidelines and interweave with new construction multifamily guidelines.
Understood. Thank you.
I do think it's a really important point of discussion to include in our retreat. And, again, just really, really appreciate all this extra information, but we do have to stand by our policies that are on the books. And so if you can look at the Secretary of the Interior Standards, or you can look at 8.2 number 7 about match the original in color, size, texture, and finish, and 8.4 number 9. If you can make that work, make it work. If not, be strong in your reasons why. I'm not telling you what to do. I just am asking for a very strong motion, whichever you decide.
I have a quick question for you. I know that the Tremont application, it was synthetic slate, correct? And we denied it. But then there was another one, I thought, in Dilworth, where we denied it, and it was a similar situation.
I can't remember, and I'd have to do my research. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Okay, well, while we do have a guideline, it's been mentioned several times, 8.2 number 7, repair damaged areas with materials that match. We also have other guidelines to follow historic design precedents of the surrounding environment. That's been mentioned several times as well. 8.2 number 2, and then also use materials consistent with the historic structure and property. 8.4 number 9. So I think that these guidelines are subject to some flexibility and interpretation, and I'm really surprised that we're having this debate, because a slate walkway is vastly superior to concrete, costs 3 to 4 times as much to build, and it is the historic material. It's been around, as has been mentioned, vastly longer than concrete. So I feel like we should move forward with approval for this. I also want to reiterate with what Jessica said, that the retaining wall, I drove by there, and what they're trying to do is mimic the retaining walls that are across the street. Very subtle, and I don't know if those walls are historic, but they've been there a very long time. And I think it's a great nod to the walls across the street, and very consistent with the context of the neighborhood. So.
Well, that sounds like a motion, Commissioner Goodwin. Yeah. So I think you say what you just said, and of course we work as a team, and people would be happy to add friendly amendments to that.
Okay, I make a motion to approve this application based on 8.2 number 2, follow historic design precedents of the surrounding environment. 8.4 number 9, use materials consistent with the historic structure and the property. And also approve the retaining wall as applied for, using the materials in the application to mimic the retaining wall across the street.
All right.
Second.
I second.
Commissioner Hayden beat you to the punch, Commissioner Rumsch.
Okay, that's fine.
Any discussion of the motion, Commissioner Hinman?
Yeah, I'd like to add a friendly amendment for the federal guidelines, numbers 9 and 10, which I think also support the approval of this project.
I'm going to, so
Are you willing to accept that, Commissioner Goodwin? Okay, accepted by Commissioner Goodwin. All right, and that's still good with you, Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
All right, any further discussion of the motion? Okay, well, let's vote on it, shall we? Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
No.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
No.
Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker. We can't hear you, Jill.
I apologize. Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, no. So motion passes 6-3. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Thank you, Dominic. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Thank you, Mr. Duffy. All right, let's move on. Moving on to 2010 The Plaza. Tim, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
I am
hear
here.
you. Hi.
Yep. Hey.
Are you going to be the only one speaking?
I believe so, but I think sometimes Paul and Conchali chime in
Okay.
to me.
Okay,
Be
Tim, have
sworn
you
in.
been sworn in?
I have not, no.
Okay. Hi, Tim. Please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question.
Okay.
Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thanks.
Okay, so this is a continuation from last month. I would just like to point out, during the meeting last month, I ordered Zotwall surveys. They came in shortly before 5 o'clock last night. They are in the agenda supplement. For those of you joining us at home, that's linked at the bottom corner of our agenda. And we also have information from the applicant that they got to us before the meeting started that we were able to also add to the agenda supplement. So Tim, I'm going to turn it over to you to explain the changes in the project, and just let me know what slide to advance to.
Okay, sounds good. I guess you can start on the first page, the cover sheet. Great. So after our February meeting, we were excited to hear that you guys were getting closer to the meeting the HDC guidelines. We felt like the meeting went well last time. Since then, we've added some
Tim.
revised drawings like we talked about.
Tim, I'm sorry to interrupt. Our court reporter is having a difficult time hearing you.
Okay. Sorry.
Maybe and speak slightly slower, maybe.
Sure.
Okay,
Sorry about
thank
that.
you.
Yeah. So as a recap, we were trying to hold true to the theme of the project by striving to keep the Van Lanningham estate the star of the property, while allowing our project to be the backdrop to the estate and the grounds that we share with it. So looking at the drawings here with the cover sheet, you'll see the general notes. If you go back to that, go back one, just for a sec. The cover sheet there. Should be the cover sheet. I don't see it. Is that cover? Do you have the cover sheet, Kristen?
It's on the online version. For some reason, it does
okay.
not appear in this version. I'm so sorry.
No, you're
Let
fine.
me try and pull up the online version if you want me to.
I've got it here. I can just read it from mine. Hold on.
Okay. I also added it. I added it in the memo. Everything on the cover
Gotcha.
sheet is
Yeah,
in the memo.
Perfect. Yeah, you get right there with the revised proposal. So let's see here. So basically, what we added to the cover sheet was we put the height of the Van Lanningham estate on there at the height of the ridge. at 792.7. And we'll get into more details about the different ridge heights once we got these Atwell surveys. Also, the one part we were talking about, the existing hedge along Thurman Place, we did investigate looking at removing portions of that hedge with a landscape architect and civil engineer, Kevin McCorkle. He actually wrote a letter for us and everything. He looked into it, but what the type of hedge that is, we can't remove portions of it without basically destroying the root system, and it would compromise the whole hedge. So once you kind of start taking chunks away from it, it just starts to kind of fall apart because the hedge is going to grow together. The root system's kind of become homogeneous. And then also we did show the tree save areas as well as was requested last time. There's additional things in the proposal here as well, but we could move to the next sheet if you want. There you go. So on this sheet here, nothing much has changed from last time. We did, this kind of shows the overall, tree save areas, shows the proposed vegetation, landscaping, that sort of stuff. But where you'll get to the more kind of meat of what we added this time is on the next sheet. You'll see we started doing the enlarged plans and details. So on this sheet here, last time, Commissioner, I think Damon asked us to show the connections from the plaza to the residence that's on the street. As you can see there, you'll see the kind of walkway from the existing sidewalk up to the porch. We also have dimensions shown on there, showing an 8-foot minimum porch area on that front unit there that faces the plaza. You can see the connections around to the sides of the building so that people can, get around the building itself, similar to what any other residents in the area might have. Also, you can see along the back, you can see where we showed the decks that are going to be facing towards the porches that are facing towards the landscaped area, the grounds of the Van Lanningham. Along that back area, please note too, we did not put any fences along there. It's an open area so that it kind of blends better with the areas. You're not going to have a 6-foot tall fence that looks like a separate development. It kind of blends with the landscaping there. Moving to the next slide. Continuing down there, you can see that the same kind of thing here we were talking about. But one addition is, since we couldn't mess with the hedge, what we decided to do instead is create these arbors, these kind of secret garden arbors on each end of the existing pond. So you can see kind of the bottom right corner, you see the arrow pointing to it there. It's right there at the end unit. That's where we're going to create the kind of secret garden so that, not everyone in the whole place can kind of enjoy that little kind of secret garden. It leads into the pathway of that pond and kind of onto the grounds of the Van Lanningham, into the orangery building, which is behind us, and the other areas back there. Moving to the next slide, same thing, following along that edge there, you'll see that the same little secret garden entrance there, which actually occurs at the end of the hedge. So we'll kind of have that same feel. And then there's a ton of landscaping there right next to it that we have. So it's really going to have a neat feel to it that everyone can enjoy. It's not just the residences there, but also the neighbors can kind of find those little secret gems there. Similar to some of the other places in Charlotte that have similar little pathways and entrances. There's even one in Elizabeth that I used to walk through near 5th Street, similar type feel. Going down the next slide here. So all along Thurman, what we focused on was trying to create more of a random feel of the porches, so that the porches kind of moved in and out along that way to feel like a series of single-family homes. Instead of having one kind of big block of homes, where we want to have it feel like there's individual little porches and facing that street. So it's a little more randomized, so that it doesn't feel so cookie cutter. Because sometimes the multifamily homes can be a little more same thing running down that long elevation. With this one, they kind of flip sides. They kind of do different things with different types of porches, and you can kind of see here how each one has its own little porch piece that ends up facing towards Thurman. Even though Thurman isn't a historic street on the opposite side of it, we still wanted to kind of maintain that neighborhood, street feel, as we talked about previously on the elevations. And then wrapping around the corner here to Belvedere, it's the same condition here. The connections to the sidewalk, you can see the gray pathway from the unit on the end all the way to Belvedere, so, creating that feel for the street. The reason I didn't go straight off of the front doors was because there's so much landscaping there. We couldn't get the sidewalk to go through all that, all those existing trees and stuff. So it's kind of jogs around it. There's really no kind of option unless we wanted to cut down a tree there in the middle. Moving to the next slide here. All these are the elevation sheets. Nothing really much has changed on these. There was no kind of comments last time, that really affected anything. They still show all the heights. They show the heights of the porches, the heights of the ridges, and the different elements and things like that. But nothing's changed from the previous, the February submittal. If you can move through the elevation slides to the ones with the streetscapes. Keep going. So on this sheet here, we added information, the height information as requested last time. We did it in a similar way as the Zatwell survey. So if you zoom in there, you can see the different heights the same way they indicate the heights. That way you can see how the porches and the levels line up. We also indicated the ridge heights on our proposed townhome and the first level and the grade. So you can see how the porches, the foundations, and the ridge of our of the unit facing, the residents facing the streets, how they look in comparison to the other ones in the neighborhood. And you'll see in the next few slides, we'll see the Zatwell surveys. I compiled those as well. Moving to the next slide, you can see along Thurman, even though this isn't the historic side, along Thurman, you can see how at the top ridge at 790.5 and then it moves down. You can really see how the elevations kind of move down away from the Van Lanningham. So really the Van Lanningham, we never go above the Van Lanningham and it just keeps going downhill. So the project keeps kind of losing height as it moves down the road. And the same thing here, you can see the heights of ours compared to the Van Lanningham. Van Lanningham at 792.7, I believe. And that's at least a good 2 feet, or at least it's a good 2 feet below the Van Lanningham ridge. Next slide. Actually, can you move to the exhibits that we just submitted? I think it's a nice transition, yeah. Yeah, so I compiled these in a way that hopefully makes sense. The top one is the streetscape from Belterre on the plaza, from Belterre down to Belvedere. And then what I did was then I connected Belvedere. We had another one done from Belvedere to Mimosa. So it's that whole street. If you were standing at the Van Lanningham and looking across the street, across the plaza, you would see that long run. And what I did too is I boxed the certain houses that are actually closer to height as ours, as our project. Some of them are only a couple feet. Actually, the ones I boxed here are only a couple feet difference in height. And they employ some of the similar type of attic spaces that are on that level, same level as ours. In particular, you can see down below on the plaza where Belvedere is kind of across from the Van Lanningham, bottom right corner. You zoom in on that. That house that's on that corner of Belvedere and the plaza is actually, I believe it's higher than the Van Lanningham as far as the ridge height goes. Well, I can get the actual height for you, but I was surprised at that. I didn't think that there was anything higher than the Van Lanningham. But what this does help you kind of see how our foundations, our porches, and our ridges, how they compare to basically all the other homes in the area and the commercial buildings. If you move to the next slide, you'll see the height of the church as well, which of course you don't count the steeple, but you can see the height of that as compared to us. You can also see on that top one here how that slopes down as well, and how ours will always kind of be below the height of the Van Lanningham estate. And then moving back to the details, if you can go back to the A3.0 sheet. Sorry, I'm having to skip around. The details here, what we did change is we added, you see a cloud there, we added the typical depth of the porch. This shows you a little more detail of what we're proposing for each porch. It's more of like a typical detail of what we would propose. Of course, they're going to change slightly depending on each individual unit we have. And then on the next slide, we also corrected the apron detail that was incorrect. We removed the apron along the wood trimmed window to be more historically correct. And I think that's it. This is, yeah, and these did not change the 3D views, so just want to leave you on those so you can kind of keep the idea of our project in mind, which we're really excited about. So hopefully you guys respond well to it. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you so much, Tim.
Yeah.
All right. Do we have anyone on the line wishing? Nope. Okay. Commissioners, I just want to jump in and say that, Tim, your use of Damon's suggestion, I think, is incredible. It definitely adds a lot of, I believe, makes this project fit even better within the neighborhood. Commissioner Hinman?
Sorry, that was still up from last time. I do have some questions, but I'm going to let somebody else go first because I'm still taking some.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, commissioners? I'm sure we have some. I'll kick it over. Actually, I'm going to do a round robin. Commissioner Barth.
I have a real simple question. Christy, can you go to slide 186, please? Waiting on my mind to get there. Okay, so I believe this is site plan looking, and Tim, we're looking at the orangery, correct, on the backside of your proposed project?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, and the line that is looks like a center line, that would be your property line.
That's correct. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And now there, it looks like you have some hardscape or screening walls protruding from the back of each unit. What are those?
So since it's sloping down, we have to deal with the grades as it goes down. And so we're going to do some little low retaining wall along there to basically help along. And we haven't gotten into 100% of the details. We may not need that many as I have shown. I haven't gotten to the point where I'm figuring out the steps in the actual building yet, but these are best guess of where those steps would be. So basically, just to address a 1 or 2 foot drop between each backyard area. So.
Okay, so the grade is sloping left to right down towards the pond, and so these would be like little retaining walls to combat that grade change. Okay, all right. Sorry, it was a little confusing because I thought these were more like freestanding walls, and with their proximity to the orangery was a little concerning. But that answers my question. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, no problem.
All right. Thanks, Commissioner Barth. Commissioner Rumsch. What are your thoughts?
Would you go back? Will you go back to the Thurman?
Christy's on her way back. She was just adjusting our volume. You guys are coming in sonic sound here in the room. Okay.
Damon, Thurman, the site plan like this?
Yeah, I think that one, or probably the one even, the next one too.
Slide 188.
I'm really struggling with these front doors not being connected to the street. So I guess my question is, who's determining that hedge being there, and is that something that zoning is requiring, or historic landmarks? Who's pushing that hedge and what it needs to look like?
Yeah, so as part of the rezoning, it was specifically required that we keep that as a conditional, as a condition of the rezoning. They made
Okay.
us keep that hedge there. So.
Because two of my concerns is this. First of all, it creates a wall right against that sidewalk, which is great for buffering, but because we want it to relate to the street, we don't need that. We would never encourage a wall of that size in front. So and then eventually someday they're going to die, and then what we're left with is front doors that are kind of looking like they're not connected to the sidewalk. And I understand that you can't really start tearing some of them apart, but are you saying you can't take maybe one or two of them out and leave a bare part without destroying the whole thing?
I think you could take like one or so out, but if we start to do one for every unit, like if every unit had one going out, it would just eat the hedge up, because you basically have to take the whole root system out. Yeah.
So is it possible to do one for every 2 units, where you'd kind of join them together and come out with a shared walk to the street, or one to every 3 units, so that at least there's some kind of connection? Because what happens is when you pass the street, if there is at least an opening that kind of suggests, it kind of gives you that secret garden feeling. And even if there are only 2 or 3 of them through there, at least it gives it some connection.
I think we could probably get like 1 to 2. I imagine at least 2. I think if you start getting into 3, you're starting to chop up, because what it is you know how the plants are. They kind of like, they don't just like, they start to grow together. But yeah, we could always see what we could do there, and see if it doesn't. I think
that connection is really important of some type, to kind of give you a feel that there's something on the other side of those shrubs or trees.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's my comment. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Damon. Commissioner Hinman.
Sure. Commissioner Barth kind of beat me to it. My question and my notes were about these patio walls and their relationship to the topiary building and the orangery, and what the materials were going to be and how tall they were going to be. And I think it shows up. Actually, Christy, can you go back just a couple of slides? What does 186 look like? Well, this is the one Commissioner Barth referenced, 186. And I think I'm totally understanding you that you haven't gotten to that stage of development, and they are really in response to the slope and the stepping of the individual units in response to the slope. But my question is, are they defining a yard space? Are they 3 feet above grade, or are they 6 inches above grade?
I would say you're probably looking at like a 1 to 2 foot type thing. So, and I imagine depending on how, we look at developing them, it might end up being where they just have like a couple, every once in a while there might be a couple steps if neighbors want to kind of go between each other's spaces. But they weren't designed as like full walls. Like they weren't supposed to be like barriers between each unit. They were kind of, and the material would be like either a stone or a brick, whatever kind of complements what's there. And we'll kind of have to see what's at the Van Lanningham as well, to see what, to try to match what's going on there.
Okay, great. And would that be true of the buildings on Thurman as well? The walls that appear to extend out towards the hedge, would they still be just very close to the grade and following the grade?
Yeah, and I'm hoping we don't have to do one every unit like that. I'm thinking they may group up into 2s. Like I said, I haven't worked enough with the civil engineer to start figuring out where the steps really happen in the building. I just know that there will be some steps. I'm hoping we don't have to do that many. I mean, I think it'd be nice if there was like every 2 or something like that, where it just kind of wasn't as choppy like that. So.
Thank you. And so, Christy, if you go to the elevation drawings, yes, this is good. This is slide number, I can't see the number on this one, Christy. Well, we're looking at elevations facing the plaza. So if I'm looking at elevation building 1 facing the plaza on the bottom corner of this screen, the brick wall that's over to the left, what is that?
That's probably a little too tall now that I look at it. Yeah. I think I had that
Okay.
as kind of it probably needs to be something lower there. Now just as I forgot to mention this in my presentation, but what we discovered, we actually had a meeting with the city of Charlotte last week, and there is a required fence on the plaza for that unit on that wall. It's part of the rezoning documents as well. So there will be something out front that we're going to have before the yard that will be there, and we'll probably do that in some kind of a brick. Something we'll figure out something historic there to do as far as matching what we're doing. But there is a fence required there for some odd reason.
Do they just out of curiosity, because we have, I think, guidelines that are going to make we always want to work cooperatively between jurisdictions that you're trying to deal with here. And I guess that some of my questions are sort of putting the cart ahead of the horse on this, right? Because you're dependent on some approval from us to move forward with some things, but we're asking questions about things okay. But is the zoning document prescriptive about what they expect in that fence? Because our guidelines are pretty much don't allow front yard fences.
Yeah. So it was funny because I when Solomon Fortune is who we met with, and I said, so who dictates here? Is it the historic district or is it you? And he's like, well, we'll have to have a discussion with them. We'll work something out. So I was like,
okay,
all right. Because I don't think they're gonna like that fence that you want to put there. So he was.
Thank you.
But it sounds like he's willing to work with it. So I think the historic's going to allow a little bit of if the guideline basically pushes in one direction, I think he'll probably bend towards that. So, and I don't know, maybe they could do that with the hedge as well. So.
Thank you for putting him on notice about that. I really appreciate it. I'll let Christy speak to it, but I think that there's something in the zoning, the city ordinance that does allow historic district to supersede some of those issues. But Christy will speak to that. I tend to agree with Damon that in this idea of the hedge and the secret garden entrance and having some connection to the street, something would be better than nothing. So if you're able to do anything in that area, I think it would be really meaningful. And I do love how you've incorporated it down by the pond. I'm wondering if, I think at some point we're going to need to see the elevation facing the topiary building, since it'll be visible driving down the plaza. And I don't think we've seen that one yet. So I just want to make sure that we get a copy of that in front of us at some point. That one will be highly visible driving down the plaza, since the Van Landingham is set so far back, and so is the topiary building, and the topiary building's not there yet. So, and then I was going to say staff really can provide guidance on specification for garage doors and front doors. And we will need specifications for your fiber cement lap siding proposal and the thickness of your window trim in siding details to be sure that the face of the trim is proud of the thickest point in the lapping of the siding, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I think I showed 2x material called out somewhere on here. I did call it 2x material there, so it's not thin.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I can see that now.
Yeah. And I think the shingles and Mirror-Tec and all that's called out here as well. I think I've got and we'll use whatever is allowed by the historic, of course. Yeah. We didn't spec a specific brand. Okay, Christy can give you the allowable fiber cement specifications. And then we usually request a brick sample in multifamily projects of this scale. And that covers everything on my list of questions. It was primarily about the patio walls stepping with the landscape and the height of them and their presence as they demark the spaces between the units. Okay.
Thanks, Commissioner Hinman. For the record, the slide you were referring to in our books is labeled A-1.0. Okay. Any other questions or comments before we close for deliberation? All right, let's close. Okay, commissioners. We had this application come back for, let's see here. I tore mine out. Well, we were revisiting the sidewalks. We wanted elevations or to see the buildings in relation to the streetscapes on Plaza and Belvedere and Thurman, and we got those. So what else?
Tree protection plan? Is that-
Tree protection plan, yeah. They cite where there will be saved trees on L1. But you're saying, Jill, we need something a little more?
That's what I thought we had asked for.
Yeah. Okay, so why don't we just go point by point? And I have it here. So the first thing was floor plan showing front porches, patios, walks, and the street connection, including the issue with the hedges along Thurman. So based on the conversation, it sounds like we're still, we're not quite there yet with the hedgerow along Thurman. Any other points dealing with our first reason for continuing this? They have gone back and looked at the front porches and the patios and made sure that they were distinctively different. So there's that. Anyone have anything that they want to add or talk about referring to the first point?
If I may,
Sure.
it looks like the applicant has his hand up, and that might be in reference to the trees, would be my guess. If you wanna
Okay.
just,
All right, why don't we reopen? Tim,
Hey,
did you want to speak to
yeah.
the tree protection plan?
Yeah, if you go one page back, that was our tree protection plan. This one right here. It's called Tree Save. That's the protection
Yeah.
plan there. So you can see the green lines around it. That's our protection plan. So.
Right, L1. That's what I referred to. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Any
Thank you.
other, while we're open, is there anything else you'd like to say?
Oh, no, I'm good. Yeah, that was
Okay.
it. I just wanted to make sure that Jill saw that.
Okay.
That plan.
All right, we'll close. All right, let's talk about point, the first point. Jill, why don't we kick it over to you?
I'm sorry?
We're going to address the first point. I just want to do a round robin. The first point for continuing this application, floor plan, front porches, patios, walks. Do you have that in front of you?
No. No, I don't.
Right, I'll come back to
No, I
you.
don't. Let me get to it.
Okay. Why don't we skip ahead to Damon?
It seems, so I'm not exactly sure what you're asking for, but I think what's left to come back to us on this are the connections to the Thurman street to the front doors. I think the retaining walls were brought up. I think we do need to know exactly what we're looking at in terms of how high they're going to be and how high above grade of the higher side they're going to be and how many. And then I think the north elevation facing Van Landingham is an important detail that Jessica brought up. So those are the three things that kind of jump out at me that we still need to see, plus maybe some details that I haven't gone through all the material details, thicknesses of corner boards and casings and stuff according to the siding and that kind of stuff.
Okay, that's exactly what I was asking for. Thanks, Damon.
Mhm.
Commissioner Hinman?
Yeah, Damon summed it up for me. I have on my list more information on the patio walls and their relationship to grade, the elevation of the building that faces the Van Landingham and the future Topiary building, a brick sample, if there's anything we can possibly do with the hedge and the secret garden entrance along Thurman, And then I have things that can go to staff as garage doors, front doors, and fiber cement lap specification. I do think some of the thicknesses on the trim, Tim did address in my question. He does have those details called out on sheet A3.1.
Okay. All right. Anything else that we need to address, commissioners? It sounds like we're saying the same thing over and over again. So, Jessica, you, it sounds like you have the start of a motion. Do you mind floating something out there and seeing what our commissioners have to say?
Yeah, I might need some commissioners to help build this out, but I would.
Hold on for a second, Christy.
1 second. I just want to remind the commission that you do only have 180 days to review a project. This will come up, your last review will be May. And there may be some things that due to the size and scale that simply are unresolvable by May. So for example, the connections to Thurman and the retaining walls, I mean, you can always pull those out and just say you're not approving those and have, as the project gets further along, have them come back for those things. So you do have some options. Another option is to, make a very specific requirement that the hedge has to stay and get replanted. So that Damon's fear of when the hedge goes away, all of this is open, all of a sudden you could maintain that, no, that hedge needs to be maintained in perpetuity. So just things to think about because this is such a large project that I know we don't see very often.
Okay.
Thanks. Sorry, Jessica.
Christy, thank you. No, thank you. That was really insightful, and I really appreciate that feedback because I think you just saved us and everyone waiting here at this meeting a ton of time. I think you're absolutely right. I think Tim is really dependent on a lot of things coming together in order to fine-tune a lot of these decisions about these walls and the landscaping. And so as a part of this motion, it would be my intention to separate out all features that I would consider to be site features outside of the footprint of the building. That would be the hedge, the connection to the street along Thurmond, the front yard fence that's in the zoning document that we're going to have to figure out, and all of those patio walls and retaining that with the stepping of the land, that we would separate that out and that would sort of not be included in the motion. It would be for future review as a separate, I would call, landscaping package, because that will allow us to work within the 180-day requirement.
Right. Yeah, and Jessica, what you would just say is we just don't have that information. And that's how we do all cases. If we don't have enough information, it's just not considered part of the review.
Okay. So my motion then would be to, truthfully, the only things that are left on my list is the elevation facing the Van Landingham and the brick sample and any other material samples that are not on the pre-approved HDC list.
Okay. Do you have
So I would
anyone who,
be,
yeah. Go
Do
ahead.
we need
I
to-
see Jill has her hand up. Sorry, I see Jill has her hand up and I'm interested in what she has to say to add to it.
Well,
Mine would be a
I'm
continuation for that. Go ahead.
Thank you. I was just thinking, Crystal Lineberger isn't here, and I remember her having real heartburn about the height and context of the neighborhood of this structure, and I just wondered if everybody feels that we have been given enough information in her absence to feel comfortable with that concern that she had.
I think that's a really fair point, Jill, and I'm glad you brought it up. And we didn't talk as extensively about that last month, but having given that some thought since last month, where I personally have arrived with it, and I'm very interested in the perspective of the other commissioners, is that the decisions about the zoning and the size and scale and density of this particular project in this particular location were made long before any of us served on this commission. I think I mean, not to use an old trope, but it's like that ship has sailed. I don't know that those are decisions that were made long before this was brought to us. And they were already, you know, set in stone before we started reviewing this project. I'm very interested in the other commissioners' perspectives on that, because that's how I've been mulling it over since those comments from last month.
Commissioner Rumsch?
Given that, as Jessica suggested, I think, given that we're looking at this size building there for zoning and that I think that this adequately addresses those issues for the surrounding neighborhood. They've come a long way from when they first came out. So I'm comfortable. And I thought the commission in general was okay with it, but I don't know that. I do want to just say that in your, Jessica, when you do a motion, should we deny those specific items that you want to see come back, as well as the landscape plan, so that we can call out that they definitely need to come back to us? It won't stop the project, because if we do approve it, they still can come back with that one elevation, but at least it takes those items out of it and forces a new application with those things in it. But anyway, I'm not sure what the protocol is, but I think we definitely, and I think you agree that we need to see those eventually.
Yeah.
Christy, would you advise us on that, on what Damon just suggested?
Sure. You know, it's so hard not knowing from the architect the timeline of these things, and if these are things that, you know, it is March, can they have that to us for the May meeting? I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, do you leave it out and give them until the last possible minute? Or maybe if you're moving towards an approval next month, I just don't know.
So
we could let them submit what they can, and if it's not enough, then we can pull it out at that point next month.
So
I think
in other words, we would take it in pieces, correct? And for the ones that we're not really comfortable with, we would continue it instead of denying it, so that they get their full 180.
I would,
Yeah.
because we're really trying to make this, we're really trying to be collaborative with the applicant here and help them get to a yes and not be held up by these small issues. But we also don't want to penalize them by denying these small issues right now.
Okay, Damon's shaking his head, and I would imagine that Jessica agrees with that too. All right, Commissioner Bonaparte.
I didn't have anything terribly new to add. I did want to just comment that seeing the streetscape views with the new townhome buildings and the Van Landingham and the heights of other buildings was helpful in me understanding where Krista was coming from last meeting. So I'm still comfortable with what was presented, but I have a deeper understanding of how we don't want the townhomes to be competing with the Van Landingham home, and it is pretty close from what I could see. And so I just wanted to express that.
This isn't working. Thank you, Commissioner Bonaparte. That's helpful information. Commissioner Walker.
I don't
I'm
have
gonna jump in.
comment.
Okay. Jill, go ahead. I didn't know if you could hear Kim or not. Her mic died.
I'm sorry, I did hear her, but I did comment and I don't have another comment.
Okay, thank you, Jill. So Commissioner Hinman, we're suggesting that we take it in pieces. Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, so I'm going to float a motion to continue this application for the elevations facing the Van Landingham, for a brick sample, for other specifications, should they not be on the pre-approved HDC list, including but not limited to garage doors, front doors, and windows? Knowing that staff can approve those if they're on the pre-approved list. And with the qualifier that this commission will need to review site features such as the landscaping plan, the front yard fence along the plaza, the patio retaining walls, their material height and relationship to grade, and any secret garden entrances along Thurmond. But if the applicant is not able to resolve that information in the 180-day review period, we will pull that out for a separate application.
All right, so we have a motion made by Commissioner Hinman
I second, Damon.
and seconded by Commissioner Romsch. Any discussion of the motion?
Yes. I would like to make sure that we're comfortable that the tree protection plan that has been presented is adequate. I don't see it as being a tree protection plan. I see it as being a line on a drawing that says areas inside of this are going to be protected, but it doesn't say how, what processes, procedures, protocols they're going to establish for the protection of this hedge that's obviously the tail wagging the dog here, at least in some portions of this thing. So I think we need to have a little more clearly defined tree protection plan as part of the next submittal.
Yeah, Commissioner Walker said that too. So Commissioner Hinman, do you mind adding that as a friendly amendment?
Yes, I'll accept that friendly amendment.
And I'm okay as a second.
Thanks, Damon. All right. Any other discussions of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Romsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Walker, okay, perfect. Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 9-0. Thank you. Thanks, Tim. All right. Do we feel like we need a break in between this one and the next one, or you want to make it? I think we can make it through the next one and then take a break. Okay? All right. Okay, Alan Brooks, are you still with us or left and come back? Angie? Hi. Hi, Angie. Hi, Alan.
Hello.
Oh, welcome back. Okay, and this is a continuation from last month for a redesign on the rear addition, some more information on the screen porch and the accessory structure. I am gonna just turn it straight over to Alan and Angie to explain their redesign, which they've lowered the ceiling of the back porch and they've changed the roof design of the second story addition a little bit. So Alan and Angie, take it away.
All right. Yes, there were like 4 findings of facts mentioned and brought up with the notations. The side porch enclosure, and I think it's all shown on the elevations. But the side porch enclosure is noted as awning type gelled windows with wood panels below. So that's clarified about the shutter notation. And the second thing was the rear porch with the height and proportions and grade relationship. And I want to go over that a little later, but moving on to the third issue was the garage accessory
restudy of the doors as two separate doors and clarifying the note on the siding. And that's been done on the drawings. And one thing about the drawings that do show it shows the James Hardie siding for the shingles, but that notation is not what was meant to be. It would match the original cedar shingles found on the existing garage. So it will not be James Hardie. It will be cedar shakes. And then the fourth one, if we go to the site plan, sorry, we did include a notation about the tree protection, and that would be installed and have prescribed protection of the tree with an arborist guidance. So going back to the rear porch, or what I would call a covered patio, it is an important element to the internal circulation of the house, as well as the exterior from the accessory and enjoyment of the yard and connection to. And having a elevated deck with railing would, I think, interrupt architecturally the house and add a component that's really not necessary or even wanted, and also would deny the basement windows. So if we want to go to the elevations, if you will, start with the side. Well, here it is on the left side. What we did is to lower the eave of the roof. So the roof does not, if you go to the rear elevation, it even says it clearer. You can see how it's dropped down at least a foot or more from the eave line of the main house, therefore stepping down the scale and height. And one other thing we did was to increase the girth of the columns and the piers they sit on to have a more substantial nature. And also on the rear elevation, rather than having sort of a duet of dormers, it's just a full extension of the roof all the way across. And then turning the corner on the other side, the right, you can see that it does drop down. And we also included the figures that give that proportion. And I think there's one shot of actually the left elevation that shows it, that we've got figures in the front lawn right at the porch and on the porch. And then when you go to the rear, you sort of have that same height relationship on grade to the eave. And so that was substantially the change that allowed the circulation that was planned in the design relationship with the grade and the circulation within the house and the usage of the basement. So I think that's, Angie may have something to add.
Hi. Okay. So, yeah, I just want to hit the bullet points again very quickly. Chris, last time at the meeting, indicated the height of the covered patio and the relationship of scale. And so that 5'6" tall individual that is there, it's just at or under the windowsill of the rooms. We did preserve the basement windows while lowering the beam and the boxing, as Alan had indicated. We also simplified the rear dormers. As you can see on slide 274, you know, the covered porch roof is subordinate to the main roof. We did lower everything. So the chimney was lowered, the roof, the walls were, the little seating walls are at seat height. And we increased the size of the columns in proportion to their, the width in proportion to their height. And again, the windows are an awning style window. They're not a casement window. And that is clearly noted on the drawings as well. Christy, if you can go to the rear elevation, which I believe is slide 273. One thing that we did want to show was the relationship of the basement door, which I felt was, again, very important. And you have to look at the existing photos of the rear to appreciate, you know, the height that where the grade is to the windows. That is a 6'8" tall door, so it gives you a perspective in its overall height with the columns. That's it. Don't want to take up any more of your time.
Thanks, Angie. Thanks, Alan. Anyone on the line? All right. Commissioners? Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, thank you. Can you go to slide 5? There. It's the overhead.
Oh, the site plan? Okay, slide 270.
Sorry, thank you.
That's okay, thank you.
It was page 5. So I just had this question. The garage you've expanded towards the front. And my question is, because I can't see that the lot next door, how the front of that garage relates to the front of the adjacent home?
I think that should be on the site plan, the context. The aerial view of the vicinity.
There you go. Pink one. The pink one.
Right. You can see that the it's practically aligned.
Mm-hmm. So that's
and the front.
That's the new garage.
Well, no, that's the old garage, but the garage, there's no improvements on the, if we're facing the accessory garage from East Worthington, there's the elevation on the right-hand side facing the duplex there remains, and the elevation on the front facing East Worthington remains.
Oh, because in that slide 270, it looks like, if you could just go back to that real quick, Christy. There, yeah, it looks like in comparing those two, that the one on the right is more forward to Worthington Avenue.
Jill, if I may, the only addition is towards the house.
Okay.
So that's where the tree save came into play as well with the back porch. So if you look at the relationship to the corner, it stays the same.
And also the, to the rear, there is a rear addition to the neighboring property. There's a small addition there as well.
But where the garage ends is where those horizontal lines stop, right? That's the front, very front of the garage.
So
Yes.
we're, Jill, if I may, on slide, Christy, what slide are we on?
70.
Okay, on slide 270, we are adding to the back of the garage to be conforming because the existing garage is existing non-conforming, being too close to the property line. So we are adding to the rear of the garage and to the left of the garage, if you're facing the garage doors.
Okay, thank you very much.
So that's why it appears longer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, sorry about that.
Be sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Angie. Commissioner Walker, do you have further questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Commissioner Barth.
Alan and Angie, I appreciate what y'all have done here. I think you've taken some careful considerations and made some maneuvers that certainly helped this project immensely. And I think you understood my biggest concerns with this project and have addressed it in a number of ways. So I think it works, specifically the rear porch addition. And so I would assume that, the door going from the porch to the interior space that we've spoken about, the basement door, I would imagine that's a convenience factor to them, and they weren't up for giving that up, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I also appreciate, your foundation windows into the basement, which you intend on keeping. I do tend to like those on houses, as well as that basement door entrance. And, when we close, I'll have to ask any commissioners if they feel similarly about this, but would you all consider that door looking more like the existing basement door?
Oh, can we go to the photographs then? I don't think that would be in opposition.
Okay.
It has more of that craftsman-y stuff. Yes.
Yeah, and exactly. I think you're picking up what I'm thinking of, Angie. The door that you have shown here looks a little bit more contemporary, and I think a nod to that basement door would be welcomed here.
I'm sure that, graphically just showing the door, it was not a defined specific door, but I think the owner would be very much up for even keeping it if it meets the height. I don't know that it's exactly a 6'8" door.
Okay.
But stylistically, the panels and the glass, sure.
Okay. I appreciate that. And then just a general question for your enclosed porch where you're putting in those awning windows. What was your reasoning behind going with an awning style window rather than a casement, just out of curiosity?
Well, in usage, oftentimes it's more difficult to raise a casement, a double hung window when you have things in front of it. And when you have a casement in a room where you want to use it, you can just flip it open. And also, if you want to go to the grocery store in the summer and it's raining, then you don't have to worry that, oops, I left the windows open, because they act as sort of it's just sort of something that I think is a good practical solution and functional for that application.
Okay, cool.
And offering also fewer site, mullion patterns.
Sure. Okay. And then, I'm fine with the rest of this. I can't remember if it was Jill or someone else that brought up the roof form of the addition in that rear dormer. I think I'm not 100% on board with it, but I think it could get by. Commissioner Hinman mentioned something earlier in a previous application where we have a hip roof form with another form above it that gets a little, for lack of a better term, awkward. I think, this kind of stands as it is and could work, but I don't know if you have any comments on that, but that's just another thought I had, so.
If I may, Christy, do you have a comparison of the previous submission with the double gables side by side? I believe we have it in one of, there you go. So that was November to January. And then that's slide 287 and then 288 as more of a simplified roof form. So it is a hip, and then on the left side, it becomes a gable, right where you've got your cursor, Christy, right there. On slide 288. I mean, the fenestration, the offsets of the roof, just a little bit simpler format. And by lowering the boxing of the roof below, gave us an opportunity to engage the dormer into the roof instead of having it sit on the porch roof. I think that adds a detail of, at being a dormer instead of appearing like an addition on a back porch.
That's a great point, Angie, and especially since you're looking at that corner of that quote unquote dormer from your side streetscape, I think that that's a nice feature that you've sort of added. So, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Beck. Angie and Alan, I'm coming through your application and I don't see the tree protection plan.
It's shown on the site plan, the notations for it.
There should be a note.
Yeah, it's there.
Where is it? Can you share?
It's bubbled.
Slide 270.
Okay. Yeah, I don't.
Tree is circled and there's an attached note.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other comments, commissioners, or questions before we close? All right, let's close. I'm going to kick it over to you, Commissioner Barth, to lead the discussion.
I got an email.
I'm pretty pleased with what they've done here. I think they've answered all or most of my questions and concerns that I had. I don't know if any other commissioners have anything to say about the roof form or anything like that. I would like to see, like I mentioned on that basement door, a more in keeping style door shown, but I think that can be reviewed with staff.
Okay. Any other discussion about this particular application? Commissioner Rumsch.
Yeah, I think they've done a tremendous job bringing that back porch into proportion and answering Chris's suggestions. So I'm real happy with what they've submitted. I think it works really well. And I think the rest of the things, I do believe that door changed out to something more traditional to the door that's there is a good suggestion.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Rumsch. That sounds like a motion. Do you mind making a motion for us, Commissioner Rumsch?
Do I? I don't mind if I can just say I move to approve as submitted.
All right. Do we have
Second.
Move to approve by Commissioner Rumsch, seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Commissioner Henningsen?
Just a couple either friendly amendments or talking points. Staff to approve a more traditional basement door.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I forgot that.
Yeah, no worries.
So-
Hold on, I got two more. Specification that the cedar shake on the garage is wood cedar shake and not cementitious material, and then the specification that the hardy siding is in fact hardy. Help me out, brain. Artisans, thank you.
So it's hard, is it called Hardison? It's the Hardison Party?
Sorry, I had a mental brain lapse here for a second. Hardy Artisan.
Party Artisan, okay.
Those were
Artisan.
yeah, 3 points of light.
Okay, good. So I move to approve as submitted with the exceptions for the back door changing to a door that matches in style the existing basement door. The cedar being I think it's a natural cedar, is that right?
Yeah, just wood cedar shake on the garage.
Wood cedar on the garage, which I think they suggested that was going, and then hardy artisan for the siding material.
Yes.
Still?
Seven.
All right, seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? Commissioner Barth?
Yeah, just one more, just because we've asked this on previous jobs. Do we also need to see a brick sample for the porch addition?
I think that's appropriate. I'd like to add a brick sample for to match existing brick to be submitted to staff.
To staff, yeah. Thank you.
Commissioner Hayden?
Yep.
All right. Okay, let's vote on this. Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 9-0. Thanks, Ellen and Angie.
Thank you.
All right, why don't we take a 10 and then come back. So the time right now is 5:08, 5:18, okay? Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. I hope we have everybody. Candace, do we have all our commissioners back?
I think a couple of people are still wandering back.
Okay. We're gonna need them because we have a recusal.
So we're waiting on Jessica Hinman and Jill Walker.
Okay, thank you. Will you let me know when they're back?
Will do.
Thank you.
I'm here. I'm here. I just had my video off.
Hi, Jill.
Hey,
Sorry. It's okay.
Christy, it looks like Jessica just got back to her desk.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are moving along to the next agenda item, number 8. I need to note for the record that Kim Parati has recused from this case, and so our Vice Chair, PJ Henningsen, will be serving as chairperson for this case. I see Jeremy Brown, the homeowner, and Shelley Hughes. And I don't believe you all have been sworn in. Is that correct?
That's correct. I have not been sworn in.
Okay, we'll do that first.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, Mr. Hughes, I'm sorry, Miss Hughes, Mr. Brown, if you'd raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I do.
Great, thank you. This application is a continuance from, oh, we had February. I misspoke. This is a continuance from, I believe, our December meeting. There is a revised proposal on your memo. The project has been redrawn. The trees have been added to the site plan. There have been additional information provided about the way the addition connects to the main house and the windows. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Shelley and Jeremy. If you would both state your names and
Yes,
your
ma'am.
address, if you would state your names and your addresses, and you can get started with your presentation.
Sure. Thank you very much. Jeremy Brown, 600 South Summit Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28208. So we appreciate the time today and all the hard work and efforts that go into this. Likewise on our end, and Ms. Hughes as well for her wonderful work. Getting started, we had a couple items to address regarding the trees and then some of the additions in the 7.2 of the guidelines. So we did add on this screen we're looking at, the 2 trees that are on the right side of the house. You'll see the larger one in size is further towards the rear. We spoke with an arborist, a reputable company that's done a ton of work with the HDC in order to get that tree protection plan. Unfortunately, due to their backlog, I don't have the official tree protection plan that I wanted from the arborist. However, Christy, if you can pull up the document we sent you with the shaded area on it to show where the fencing will go for the tree protection plan. In effect, that existing home you see there on the site map, that back right corner, the arborist advised us to effectively take a 45-degree angle up and to the right and all the way to the property line there and add fencing to protect the tree's root system in the back of the home. For the front of the home, likewise, that front corner, for that portion, just go follow the plane front of the home directly to the property line there with fencing. So they advised us no machinery there. That's what we'll stick to. And finally, we're going to do, in addition, just to keeping machinery out of that area, we're going to do a fertilizer plan with the arborist as well to make sure those trees are as healthy as ever by the time we're completed with the work.
So a bit of procedural update for the commission. Given our online remote meeting format, all applicants are required to sign a meeting waiver attesting to the requirement that all additional information needs to be submitted by noon the day prior. I received the tree protection plan actually today at 1:52 p.m. And unfortunately, due to the remote online meeting, as advised by our attorney, we cannot enter that into the record because the commission has not had a chance to review it in advance. The adjoining property owners have not had a chance to review it in advance. And it's just, we can't accept anything sent in via email during the meeting today. So
Sure.
he did give us that information, but I can't share it because we didn't get it by the deadline. So no, we have it, commission. I have not read it. I cannot speak to it, but that's where we are. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'll interject
Sure,
here.
thank you.
So, sorry, Jeremy, I'll interject here. First, my name is Shelley Hughes. I live at 7421 Coors Drive in Arvada, Colorado, 8005. So even though that was submitted late, we do have notes here. We've noted where the trees are, and we've added a note that we want to protect that side of the house completely during construction. But obviously we'll submit a certified tree plan to Christy once that's received, and the arborists catch up from their backlog. So hopefully that will address that issue that was one of the last points from the last meeting.
Sure, thank you. So getting into the additions portion of it of item 7.2, there are a few bullet points there that we'd like to address. So on the elevations, it was page 8 on mine. If you can go down another page, please. And one more till we start getting to the, yep, there we go. So updates, right? So the revised plans with missing elements, the columns, the chimney, and the location of the front dormer here on the front elevation. As you can see, we added all the detail that was missing on the first application to show those columns, which as the future elevations will show, the right, left, and the rear. The columns on the rear addition will match exactly those columns that you see there on the front porch. The dormer there has been centered. It was slightly off-centered on the front porch in the original proposal. So we have centered those exactly over the front windows and front porch, and then match the windows, which they will match exactly the windows below them. I'm going to address the issue, the windows in addition further about the simulated divided light there that we'll use. We did add, even on the front addition for the dormer, we added the roof outriggers and the detailed design that we needed that was missing on the original as well. The roof pitch on the dormer is going to match the existing roof on the front of the home there, the 8 to 12. And then likewise, we have included historical examples of front dormers with the application a little later on. So for the windows, just briefly again, we will touch on them again. We know we have to do something with the windows. We're going to use, as presented in the slides here, the wooden windows with the simulated divided light. Our issue became what nature of simulated divided light were we going to use from a historical perspective. So we worked with the commission and the office there with hopes of finding images of the original home and the windows and how they looked. And unfortunately, there's nothing on record that we could come up with to show the windows there. So in looking at other historical architecture and homes where going to go with the 4/1 design, both on the front dormer and the windows below. Unfortunately, we were waiting to hear back from the commission on historical photos before we could add those details to the drawings.
Jim, if you don't mind, I'll interject here for a second. Just to kind of clarify what's on the house now is they have like a 6/1 pattern, but it's a grill between the glass vinyl replacement window, and the homeowner inherited that. So when we started designing, we reached out to Christy to figure out what we should do here because we weren't sure what to spec on the rear, since nothing we put on the rear addition is going to match what's on the house now and is not historic to the house. So Christy did do that research and tried to help us find out. So Christy, if you can scroll down to, we have a window attachment that we sent last week that should be in the presentation that shows what we're proposing. So our drawings right now, as you're looking at them, don't show any type of window style or divisions because we didn't know what was there yet when we submitted everything. So we've done that research since and submitted this supplemental info to try to figure out what we want to put there. So this sheet actually shows what's there, and there should be another sheet that shows what we want to propose for the windows. I'm not sure where it is in the slides. Christy, I'm sorry.
Shelley, I think this is all I have in the slides.
We submitted it last week, so it should have been in time to get included. But basically, we're proposing a 4/1, like the vertical divided 4/1 window pattern that you see in a lot of the historic homes in the area. And we'll be matching the trim details that are existing around on the addition too.
Well, Shelley, you're right. It's my mistake. It's in my email. And I completely missed your email. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
But it is 4/1 based on bungalows.
And we submitted a few examples with it of what we had found nearby or in historic examples to back that up.
Honestly, I think this is a minor project detail. How we've handled this in the past is what I explained to you in an email, that, you know, if you propose a window pattern that meets what would be appropriate for the style and time the house was built, that's something that staff can work with you at the staff level. So I don't know that this is a huge issue at this point, and I think you should just continue to move on with the addition. Yeah.
That's fine. I just wanted to point out ahead of time why there wasn't any window pattern shown in our drawings yet, because we were still researching that when it got submitted. Okay, Jeremy, I'll let you take back over.
Yep. Okay, thank you very much. The couple other bullet points here is one, to restudy the massing of the rear addition in reference to existing structure. There we are. Sorry, right elevation. So we show the couple big things that were going on originally that we got feedback on was the 2-story wall and in the original drawings, and also the and even just the orientation of the home is a 1.5-story home. So when we revisited the drawings here with the help of Shelley, we actually found that the home was drawn nearly 2 feet short in height in the original drawings that we submitted. So we, in trying to keep with the massing and the nature of the 1.5-story home, we did, and to get rid of and minimize that 2-story wall, we did switch from a gable dormer on the rear to the shed dormer, just to help, again, with that massing. Then we added all of the details that were missing from the original drawings as well. So the siding, the windows, the trim, and as well included a sketch from the street view particularly that would show that left elevation. The right elevation really isn't visible from the road due to a hedge that grows on the right side. The left elevation,
Yeah, that's it.
sorry, the left elevation there, yep, there at the bottom right, you'll see the retaining wall. That's a double driveway on that side of the house, our driveway, and then the neighbors to the left as well. So from the street view, we got a sketch in there to show that the massing on the back side of the house on the addition with the dormer that's minimized compared to that very large gable dormer is a lot less. It's visible, but minimally visible from the street, particularly in taking out the gable dormer.
The best image for this, Christy, might be the perspective drawing that we submitted. It was drawn over a photo taken from the street, so you have a real world perspective.
Did you send me a revised package from, did you send me a revised package on the 4th, or were you wanting that original package included from the 3rd?
Let me look back.
I guess I was expecting a revised package from the stuff from the 3rd.
Okay, we sent an email on the 3rd that had a couple of local examples that had been approved with similar roof lines.
Yep.
And also had the perspective drawing and then we sent one on the 4th, I believe, which included the window examples.
Okay. Okay. So let me see here. This is so hard for me. I'm so sorry. It did not make it in the supplement. I will pull it up. It's why we use Excella to submit everything and not email, because emails do get lost.
Right. I apologize because I came into the project late and wasn't on the original application.
No, I'm going to pull those up because it's not additional drawings or changes to drawings. And this is clearly my fault. One is a past approved project, which we can always reference and pull up. Let's see here. And this was a project approved by the commission. I believe it was in 2017 or 2018. That is reference for the addition. Information. Lisa.
Yeah.
Gleason. Okay. This has already been approved by the commission. It's on our website. And they provided it as an example of a similar project the commission has approved in the past. So that is 615 Walnut. And again, this was approved, I believe, in 2018 by the commission. It was approved under new guidelines.
And that's almost the identical addition to what was approved there.
Sure. Okay. And then the other thing.
Yes.
Again, we did have this in time. This is my fault it wasn't included. So I am showing it. And this is the perspective drawing.
So basically what we wanted to show here is the dormer addition on the front and that the addition at the rear is not very visible from the street.
Okay.
Sure. And while we're looking even at the sketch there, it's the other main point the commission wanted us to address was the offset of the addition. We've brought the addition in even more than it was originally. And some projects in the past had been, you offset with either a corner board or an 8-inch offset. And we went ahead and pulled the addition in, I believe it's 1 foot, and Shelley can correct me if I'm wrong, but 1 foot on both sides of the house, just to make sure we are, and that also, and the reason I like this sketch with it is because it really does pulling offset. We appreciate that input because then you see the reality of it as it really makes it less visible from the street compared to what was proposed the previous time. So the update to the update there. And I believe that's, other than the windows, which we don't need, doesn't sound like we need to address any further in this meeting. I believe that takes care of all the bullet points the commission wanted addressed.
Okay. Mr. Brown, anything else?
I do not. Shelley, do you have anything else?
Sorry, I think that we've addressed the concerns that the commission had previously. Just point out again that we did correct the original drawings that the other designer had done for the project. We found that she had a discrepancy of about 2 feet in the roof height, so we've increased that to match what's actually there. We've added the features that were missing on the front of the house to help you see the full picture of the project. Like you said, we did pull in those sides at the addition, a full foot on each side. And then we've included a couple of options in the drawings that we submitted for like, if you go back, I don't know what slide number it is, Christy, but the side, one of the side elevations that shows the porch addition at the rear. Like in the drawing, we're showing sort of a board and batten detail on the side of the porch, in the side of the shed roof of the porch. But we've put an option there in case you can't read it for it to be siding to match the rest of the house as well. So we would like your input on that. The other thing that changed from the last time it was submitted is there was an original back porch, icebox porch on the back left corner of the house, which you'll see with the board and batten siding and the 3 casement windows. This is being recaptured as heated space as part of the kitchen now. We're trying to treat it differently on purpose because it was an original porch to the house, but it needs to be recaptured as heated space for the addition and for the changes to the kitchen. So also here, we're open to your thoughts or suggestions on what siding material you'd like to see here, but we were trying on purpose to differentiate this from the rest of the siding to make it stand out as a unique element to the house. And then one other thing that I'll point out is in the original gables, there are two double hung windows there in the center of the gable of the second floor. These are bedrooms and these don't meet code. So we weren't sure how the commission would rule on this, but we feel like these need to be brought up to code so that they meet egress code for bedrooms. However, they could be grandfathered in as well. We're just not sure how to address this with you as well as the building department. So I've kind of noted there that we'd like to leave the original windows if we can, but if building department makes us bring these up to egress code, they'll have to be enlarged, but we want to keep the same style and trim details as what's there. We just need to enlarge the size for egress. I think that's about it that I have to add. I do have a couple of skylights in the roof to light the center of the space on the second floor, but they're not visible from the street. And we have the rear addition ridge aligned with the existing ridge, but we did drop the ridge down on the front dormer.
All right, great. Mr. Brown, Ms. Hughes, anything else?
Don't think so.
No, good to go. Christy, do we have anyone on the phone? Negative. All right, commissioners. Let's open it up for questions of the applicant. Commissioner Barth. Don't be bashful. Maybe I'm mute.
Sorry, I think I left my hand up. Not quite organized yet. You can let somebody else go.
Okay. Other commissioners? Commissioner Hinman?
Yeah, thanks. I've studied this one in great detail, and I would just like to say it's very clear that the property owner took the feedback in December really seriously and in good faith made some really major changes in response to the feedback from December. So I will say that the site plan is updated to show the trees. While the tree protection plan is something that's in progress, I'm perfectly comfortable sending that to staff. The front elevation has been corrected. The adjusted height of the ridge matches the Zoutwell survey, so that is obviously really fortunate for the project. The front dormer location and size has been adjusted. The roof pitch of it has been adjusted. The right and left elevation and column details have been adjusted per our feedback. The massing of the rear elevation of the rear addition is completely different, so that it's now secondary to the primary form of the house with, I think, a really quiet and understated shed dormer language. The rear elevation is offset from the historic corners of the house. The window details and specifications are addressed in one of the slides. I don't remember which slide number it was, but they've got a Sierra Pacific window with a putty profile. The 4/1 STDL profile sounds like it would be a really appropriate fit for this house, and I agree with Christy that it could go to staff. And the treatment of the historic icebox porch was in my notes. I think it's really important that they've chosen to create an element of contrast here. I think it ties into the federal guidelines of retaining the story of the historic house and telling that story in an honest way. And I think it's important in whatever we do that we do create some allowance for these side gable window replacements and request that they be, as small a casement as meets egress and proportionally coordinates with the STDL arrangement in the rest of the house. That's all of my notes.
That sounds really thorough. It sounds incredibly thorough. I want to open it up, see if there's any other commissioners that have any questions before we close. But Jessica, anything else? Any other questions of the applicant? Okay. Any other commissioners? I know I've got a couple of questions. Any other commissioners have any questions? I'm sorry, Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, those windows that you're talking about might need to be increased in size. If that room is being renovated, they will need to meet egress requirements.
Yeah, that's what we figured. That's why we noted it.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. Christy, can we go to the rear elevation, please? Question. So on the second story, you've got 3 windows. Is there a reason why those 3 windows aren't getting together with trim in between versus siding?
It has to do with the floor plan. So the center window is in a bathroom and the other 2 are in each of the bedrooms that neighbor that bathroom. The windows that face the side in the shed dormers are not egress size. So we need to have an egress window in those bedrooms. So we matched all 3 of these on the rear.
Okay. Okay. Last question. The existing vinyl windows on the original house, are you replacing them as well to match the 4/1 pattern in the addition?
I'll let Jeremy speak to that a little bit. They may not be able to do that in this budget, but they will replace them as soon as they're able to match everything.
Okay. Jeremy? You're on mute.
Sorry about that. I'm in agreement with what Shelley just said.
Okay.
If there are budgetary constraints, we would hold off. If there are not budgetary constraints, they will absolutely be replaced as well with the historical windows.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Hinman?
Sorry, I did have one more note. This is the appropriate side to be visiting. I don't know what number this slide is from my screen, but if somebody can reference the slide number, that would be helpful. 346. So the ridge in the back is aligned with the ridge in the front, and it's very clear to me that in an effort to be not taller and not wider than a house that is not very tall, things are really, really, really tight back there. I think the intention of the rule about dropping the ridge lower is so that we don't have like a lump in the ridge vent on the front of the house where they meet. And so I do understand that like our usual recommendation of 6 inches is probably near impossible with as tight on the tolerances as you are in this project. But if you feel like you could drop it just a few inches so that that can be a continuous ridge vent without, you know, an indication of the modification from the front elevation, that would be really great. I do recognize how tight this one is though. So I think even a couple inches would do a lot for that, the vision of that being continuous from the street.
Okay, let me add this because we may not have a ridge vent. There's no attic space. So it probably will be spray foamed, so there may not be a ridge vent at all. But if we end up doing a ridge vent, what I typically do in a situation like this is I pull it back from the original ridge a couple of feet so it doesn't run the whole length. That way you don't see it from the street side.
And you don't get a lump, for lack of a better word, from the front view, from the front ridge vent, or you're not using a ridge vent on the front?
What we do is we pull it back from that intersection. So we just don't run it all the way from, you know,
gotcha,
from that ridge all the way to the original ridge. We'll pull it back from the original ridge like 2 feet. So on the front, you won't see a hump at all. It'll tie in seamlessly.
Gotcha. I think as long as that tie-in is seamless, that's the intention. And this house is not tall, so in your effort to kind of honor the size and scale and the historic integrity of this house, I think if that can be a seamless transition, I'm fine with it.
All right, let's close for deliberations.
It sounds like we have a motion.
I'm telling you, Jessica, let's put pen to paper.
All right.
And before you do, I'm sorry, apologies for interrupting. One outstanding item that I think the applicant wanted some opinion on was the board and batten siding on that rear porch.
I'm curious if other commissioners have an opinion about it. That's a new element, and it's not a foreign language with the way they're treating the icebox porch. So I think it's perfectly appropriate if that's how they want to do it. I don't know if anybody else wants to weigh in on that.
I agree.
Okay, well, I'm going to float a motion. I move to approve this project with the following notes: that the tree protection plan be forwarded to staff, and that the window STDL configuration be forwarded to staff for review, and that the egress windows at the side gables be as small as reasonably possible, casements to meet code, and proportionally coordinate with the historic house.
Jessica, if I can just clarify, when you say casements, you still want it to look like a double hung?
Shelley, we
Yes,
are
ma'am. Thank
closed.
you so much. I'm sorry.
We're closed for deliberation. We will. TJ?
Let's go ahead and reopen it.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I just want clarification when you said as small as possible casement windows, because I think they should look like double hungs, but I just want to clarify that's what you were meaning.
Yes, thank you for that. That was my intention, and I should have said it.
Thank you.
I want to talk to you first.
Ms. Hughes, anything else before we close?
Nope, I'm good. Thank you. Sorry.
No worries. Thank you. And we're closed. Go ahead, Jessica.
That's it. Just to revise my number 3 to the egress windows at the side gables be as small as reasonably possible casements to appear as double hungs to meet the code and to proportionally coordinate with the historic home.
Second.
All right, seconded by Commissioner Walker. Do we need to read the motion or is everybody good? We're good? Good to go. All right. Any further discussion of the motion? No? All right, let's put it up for vote. Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman,
Right.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen is yes, 9-0. Approved. 8-0. Can't count. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you very
Please.
much.
Thank you both. Please note for the record that Kim Pratty has rejoined the commission. And PJ is giving it back.
It's almost 6 o'clock.
I
so,
know.
Yeah, I think. Oh, so I think we need to call. I would love to try and get through 11. But I just heard a commissioner groan.
If we don't do them now, we're gonna have another special meeting.
Yeah, yeah.
So-
And it
Let's
looks
go.
that way.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, let's go. Let's
11
aim-
alone is an hour.
Aim for,
Say it again. 11 alone is an hour. You know what, Jill? Thank you for saying that out loud. Even I think you're right. Let's try. Can we get through 10? Can we get through 10, commissioners?
I think you can. Okay,
Okay.
and if time permits, we'll move on. So,
Okay.
the next application is 628 Woodruff Place. Robert, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Robert needs sworn in.
Yes.
All right, Robert, please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. This is a continuation from, I believe, December. It is 628 Woodruff Place in Wesley Heights. It is for a rear addition. They have also detached a formerly attached garage and are proposing a 3-car garage in the rear yard. As you can see on the site plan, that is very light on the screen. At this point, Robert, I'm gonna just turn it right over to you to talk through the changes that you've made to the project and just let me know what slide you'd like me to start with.
Okay. All right. Just a bit of background. I know I had originally put in a 3-car garage as an attachment to the original home, but there were questions and concern about the massing of that, and I had actually addressed a bit of that. But just during the time in the interim of that, just taking another deep dive and look at the overall massing as well as the functionality of the original, and so that's why I think one comment that was put out there on that previous meeting that maybe consider a detach, and we had originally, but started to revisit some of those things that may address that issue, while at the same time improving the functionality of the overall home. So with this, decided to take the three-car garage, put it out in the back, and for that attachment that we had with the garage, shorten it considerable amount, where we actually just I know you not too interested on the interior, but took the master bedroom and put it down on the ground level. So that improved the functionality there, as well as separated the space between the garage and the original home. And so what I have here are some of the site plans on conceptually the direction that we want to take with this. Probably the biggest, one of the larger changes with this is also making the den area that's off to the, if we're looking at the house to the right side, a 2-story component. So we can, so you can, let's see, this is the original. So you can see here in the overall plan, the detached garage at the rear of the property, and setback right at the setbacks of the particular property. And in the top right, you can see where the area over the den portion is also as a 2-story. Now, there is, preface this a bit, there is a bit of, there are some changes that we make. I think the distance between the garage and the home is a little too tight. And so we're looking to reduce, but that may change about maybe 2-3 feet, that we maybe shrink the between the garage and the addition. So looking to improve that space a little bit. So from this meeting, I'd just like, kind of your opinion that we have going in this direction. We directionally, going in the right direction with this, as well as an opinion maybe on the siding material. And so just kind of just want to make sure we're headed in the right direction. It's something that, to go to the next step to clean this up a bit, for you to see that we are going in the right direction on it. So yes, thank you. So for this, you can see the front elevation at the bottom picture, and on the top is just a view from the rear. So currently, we kept the porch the same as we had originally. So the simpler type roof on the porch portion, and then raise the den portion to a 2-story on that. Next slide. Okay, and here you can see the left side elevation, where we basically added some windows for the bedroom area at the back, but essentially from I don't know if you recall from the original design, is essentially the same, was just shrunken, just about 15 feet or so from the original, 15, 20 feet. And then we see at the bottom elevation, on the right side elevation, where originally we had the connector to the garage. Now it's the same connector, connecting it to the master bedroom. And where before we had 2 dormers, we have 1 dormer on that addition. And you can see from the side elevation too, where we have the 2-story portion of it, where you see the 2 windows have been added.
Mr. McLean?
Yes.
This is Commissioner Parati. Will you speak up a little, please? Some of your words are swallowed and we can't really understand.
Okay. I apologize. I'm speaking on my.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Speaking on my earphones here. So in the so you can see the top of the left side elevation, where we essentially it looks the same as before, but in the bottom left you can see some additional windows for the bedroom area. And then on the right side elevation, you can see where the connector that we had originally is still intact from before, and then you see the addition that's shorter, and I think about 10, 15 feet from previous, where we had the 3-car garage there. And then on the front portion of the home, you can see where we went to 2-story on that, on what we've been calling the den portion of it, where we added 2 windows there. Can you hear me a little bit better?
That's much better, sir. Thank you.
Okay, all right. And so in this portion, we're showing the three-car garage and trying to keep the design similar to the house in the front. Bottom right on the front of the elevation, you can see it's a two-bay door on the garage. The panes in the door to match the panes on the window as well, and a long dormer across the front of that. Upstairs to that is a small apartment in this particular layout. Right. Okay. Next slide.
That's it.
Okay.
Mhm.
Right.
All right. Do we have anyone on the line, Christy? No. Okay, commissioners. Questions of Mr. McLean, PJ?
Yeah, hi, Mr. McLean.
Hi.
A handful of questions. If we can start out, perfect, that front elevation, slide 374. A question for you on the porch. Are you increasing the depth of the porch?
That is I think it is, but it's about 15 inches from before.
Larger or smaller?
Larger, excuse me,
Okay.
larger.
Okay. Again, do you have any type of drawings that show kind of the new porch setback and how it compares to the other houses to the left and right?
I do not.
Again, just trying to get a better understanding of how an increase in porch size compares with the porch stacks on your neighbors.
Okay. Right. I don't have that handy, but we did take some look. I mean, they're on site. That there was when we put that in, we did not want it to stick beyond the neighbors in the front, but that was done there on site. I just don't have a picture of it
No
to
worries.
show you on that.
Okay, no worries. Another question for you. With the addition, is the depth of the addition, actually, can we go to a slide that shows kind of an overhead, or it could be a left to right elevation. And I wish we had pointers. All right, so the addition that goes, the entire addition, not the original house, is that any deeper than what you have today?
The bedroom portion is, but the connector portion is not.
The bedroom portion is, okay, so where Christy is moving the mouse, that piece is deeper than, a little deeper than what it is today.
Correct.
Okay. And if we can go back, Christy, to the front elevation, and I see on the left side of the front elevation some siding sticking out a little bit. Is the addition going to stick out wider than the original house? Does it stick out wider today? Help me understand that.
It sticks out wider today, and it sticks out currently. It sticks out currently about 24 inches.
Okay.
And in this we reduced that to about 12 inches.
And this is on the left side.
Yes, on the left side. Yes.
Perfect. Okay. On the right side with the two-story addition, is that sticking? Are you just increasing the height and making that a two-story? Is it widening?
There's no widening, using the same footprint.
Okay.
Just going up.
Okay. Bear with me for 1 second. Just going back to my notes. Another question for you. I was having trouble mapping out the height of the house and the height of the garage from the drawings.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have those numbers handy?
I do not have those numbers handy.
Okay. Yeah, I started squinting and adding them up and, just kind of stopped.
Right. There's currently a structure there. And you can see that in the plan view. and that structure is below the height of the house. And this new addition is, we're gonna keep it below the height of the house as well.
Okay.
That's the
Sure.
direction that we're going with it. Yeah, it won't be visible from the street, from a height
Yeah,
perspective.
no, and because the secondary structure needs to be secondary to the main house, we just need to know by how much. 'Cause
Yes.
just from the drawings eyeballing it, it looks about the same height.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. I am good for now. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thanks,
All right, you're welcome.
PJ. Commissioners, any other questions of the applicant? Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, thank you. Can you go back to the slide that shows the overhead of before and after? There are two lots it was two overheads next to each other, one with the garage and one without. We just had it, let's see.
So I have 372 and then
370.
370.
There was two of them next to each other.
Is this one 369?
It also had the garage. And I guess just show the one that's now, that's just fine.
Okay.
But that has the garage, that has the garage in it as well. There you go. All right, my only question here is, if I look at the primary original structure and then everything else, is the everything else taking away from what should be the 50% permeable figure, or did I miss that in reading this over?
Could you restate your question here?
Yeah, I didn't state that question very well.
Okay.
So the original house is from where we need to measure permeable versus impermeable space. So my question would be, the remaining space in that back lot that is permeable appears to be less than 50% of what would have been in the original rear backyard.
Okay. We did the calculations on here, given the new additions, and we came up with 47% based off of the calculation that you have. So it's under the 50.
So did you take that measurement in comparing what the space would have been without your original addition?
Well, the backyard actually portion, the original portion, I mean, I can't see it from here, but it's just the backyard. From the back of the house back is where we made the new measurements, as if the addition was not there, as if the new addition was not there.
So you just took the original footprint of your house and measured
Yes.
that.
From the backyard back, yes.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes, do you have square footages of the addition and the accessory unit as compared to the original house?
Yes, they are part of the calculations. It's not included. We could probably go to the original site plan, because I think the original was 450 square feet for that garage portion. And the new one, I apologize, I just don't have those, that number in front of me. So you can see there, that one's, that original portion is 450 square feet, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I did.
I should have been a little clear. I meant heated square footages, not footprint areas.
Yes, that is on the, it should be in the cover. So if we can, there's a cover portion. Can you read that top left? It's garbled on my end, so I'm not sure what you can see there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. McLean. It does show on the first page of our application, once we get into it, it shows new heated as being 931 square feet. Existing renovated is 965 square feet. And that's that's the first floor, and then it goes to the second floor.
Okay.
So it's there. Okay, any other questions of Mr. McLean before we close for deliberation? Commissioner Hayden.
I was not around when we talked about this before. I wasn't available. I had to leave the meeting early. The question I have is about trees. Were they discussed the last time?
He deferred it. It wasn't discussed last time. The last time was December 9th.
Okay.
So even you missed that meeting,
I had to
not
leave
the,
early.
for December? Not, okay.
Yeah. So my question is, in looking at the photographs from the previous submittal, there are trees on the lot. It would appear as if all those trees are going to be impacted with the additions and new construction. So tree protection is probably not required, but
there's just one tree on the property that would be possibly that could be impacted.
The one back there by the existing garage?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. That's probably
the only one.
Yeah, that's the biggest tree on the lot, it looks like. So we'll need some clarification as to what it is, what kind of condition it's in, so that we'll know how we feel about it coming down and what we might need to have you put back to replace that tree, that canopy tree in the neighborhood canopy.
Is that a willow?
Yes, it's a weeping willow. My dad planted it when I was younger.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. Commissioner Hinman.
Hi, yeah. My question has to do with the accessory dwelling unit. Have you guys met with zoning about the accessory dwelling unit restrictions? I'm not sure how to proceed with reviewing it because it seems like it needs to go through zoning first.
No, we haven't specifically gone through zoning, just using the knowledge of the architect that worked on it. That would be something we would have to go through. It's currently connected pipes and everything else, so that would be something that we would have to go through them and then make sure that we can still use it as such, because we do have the apartment going above.
Gotcha. It's possible we may have to defer our review of this until we have some information from zoning, because they typically restrict the square footage of accessory dwelling units to, I cannot remember whether it's 800 or 900 square feet off the top of my head. But then they also, if they include a kitchen as shown, have a completely different set of setbacks from the property lines. So in the interest of sort of, having a cooperative approach with the various jurisdictions that you're navigating, we may need that information before we can review that.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. Commissioners, any other questions of Mr. McLean before we close? Questions or comments? Commissioner Hayden.
My only other comment is it appears as if on the site plan with the new 3-car garage configuration, as tight as it is against the back of the expanded house, that third garage is going to be very difficult to be used by an automobile. I mean, if it's going to be for lawnmowers and sports equipment and or
Yes.
that kind of vehicle, it's probably okay, but you're not going to get a car in there.
Right. Yes, and that's understood with that. Basically, yeah, you're correct. It's basically taking where I originally had a workshop and basically converted it with an overhead door on it. But yes, essentially, it's motorcycles and just not motorcycles, but
Gotcha.
just small equipment like that. Yes. So
Okay.
essentially, yes, we're going to the 2-car garage instead of a
All right. Why don't we close, commissioners, for deliberation? So Christy, to Commissioner Hinman's point, do we need to go through zoning before really addressing this, or?
Well, the commission doesn't have the authority to override the zoning setbacks. And as noted in the staff analysis of your memo, that it doesn't meet the required setbacks for accessory dwelling units, which is 15 feet off the rear property line to the furthest projection. And the square footage is limited to 800 square feet. So I really feel that they need to have a conversation with zoning administration before we even comment on the building.
Okay, so you've heard what Commissioner Hinman had to say. You've heard Christie's response to it. It seems like we need to defer. So Commissioner Henningsen.
I mean, I've got not a laundry list. That sounds bad. It's not a laundry list. I have like 4 or 5, key points that I think need a restudy or conversation.
Sure. So should we speak to those, Christy? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, please. And, you can, like we always do, break it up.
Okay. All right. All right, PJ.
And again, just kind of shooting from the hip. Site plan, making sure that we add the tree to the site plan. From a porch perspective, we need to have dimensions in the front porch out of the diagram. Make sure that we understand, and also have a diagram that shows the setbacks of the neighbors, just to make sure the porch hasn't been enlarged too much. Also, I think we need to restudy the porch to make sure that it aligns with colonial revival. Those were my comments on the porch before I jumped into massing. I'm going to pause. Okay, massing. If we can go to a picture that shows, yeah, perfect. I think the addition on the right side with the vertical shiplap, I think there needs to be a restudy of the massing there. Because it's about as big as the original house and it's not really secondary. I'm also worried with the increased depth of the rear addition. It's not helping with the massing. So overall, I think there also needs to be a massing restudy on that rear addition as well. Again, it's still clearly not secondary to the main house.
You're on that. May I just
Please.
reference a previous case that the commission did not allow a second-story addition to an existing one-story? That was at 1028 Isleworth, and we went around and around with them for a number of months. But it was pretty clear that you didn't allow it on a brick colonial revival house. Granted, it was in Dilworth, but I do want to bring that to your attention that if this is something you're not going to ultimately consider, you might want to point that out to the applicant, or if it is something you want to consider, point out to him how that might be done successfully.
And that was with another brick colonial house?
Mhm.
Okay. and we may have done something differently for an addition to a Craftsman house.
Correct.
So commissioners, I definitely think, and again, I'm just kind of going through, some lists. Let's definitely, I want to hear from some of the other commissioners about, a second story addition on a brick colonial revival house. So, but let me just, so we'll table that. Let me just keep going. But, again, with that left, so moving back to the right elevation, the addition that's on the right side of the original house. Again, we need to restudy the massing. We need to restudy the material. While it is differentiated from the original house, it's incongruous. It doesn't complement the style and the design of the original house. So I think we need to restudy on that. From a fenestration perspective, when you look at the original house, I mean, the original house has a series of window openings, ratios of the brick to the windows. And when I look at the left elevation where the arbor, the trellises, not the arbor, the trellises, I think we need to there needs to be a restudy of the fenestration on that left elevation, as well as on the right elevation, right? Just so that we're, mimicking some of that solid and void. From a material perspective, again, board and batten. Typically, we see board and batten on porches, on the gable end of Craftsman houses on the porches, not on all of them. That's board and batten. I'm sorry, that's shiplap. Shiplap is incongruous. So again, from a material perspective, I think the material of that addition on the right side of the original house needs to be revisited. From a garage perspective, I think it sounds like the applicant needs to get back with zoning and have a restudy on how big that addition is, if it meets ADU requirements. I would venture to say, let's not talk about the garage at all and just focus on the main house.
Thank you, PJ. Yeah. Other commissioners? PJ laid out some really good points. A lot of these were the same points that we discussed last time we saw this application. Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to PJ's comment. I don't know if we're helping the applicant by not commenting on the size and massing of the garage in relation to the house. Regardless of the zoning outcome, what we're looking at here is a garage that's wider than the house that it's supposed to be secondary to. So it might be helpful to give the applicant some information so that they're not, so that they can be productive with their time. That is clearly
Okay,
wider
Jill.
than the house, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll look for the guideline on that, just so that they can Mr. McLean can reference it. Any other things you want to just bring up? 8.9, number 3. Commissioner Hinman.
Yeah, I think in the interest of transparency too, I want to echo 2 points that were made earlier. The first, I think Christy made, which is that we have not typically allowed a second-story addition to a one-story bay off of a colonial revival house before. And so this is slide 370, where we're looking at the right bay, which is 1 story. And I think in the current proposal, which is extruding that to a 2-story element and losing the historic windows on that side elevation, that's going to be something that the commission is going to, the guidelines are probably not going to support, or I don't know that the guidelines will support that. And then also, I think Commissioner Henningsen touched on this, in colonial revival, there's a real formalism to the arrangement of the fenestration and the rhythm of the solid and void. And I think that there's a rigor to that we do need to extend into the addition if the addition is going to be, conceived of in the same stylistic language.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Bonaparte.
And I know we weren't really talking about the accessory dwelling unit, but I think on the slide with the garage, there's a double bay, but it appears to be one bay. And I think that has to show as two different, I'm talking about the 2-car garage portion on the right side. So does that have to show as 2 bays or look as if it's 2 bays?
It's part
2
of the
doors, rather?
bedrooms. Yeah, good point, Commissioner Bonaparte. Okay, let's see. While I look up that guideline, commissioners, anything else we need to add for now? It sounds like massing is a big deal, and overall. So PJ, you took some copious notes.
Copious.
Yeah, so you want to take a stab at it?
Yeah, I will, but I want to go back to Commissioner Hinman. Jessica, again, I just want to make sure that we're giving, as clear and as detailed instructions back to the applicant, right? Are you, with the rear addition being 2 stories on a colonial revival?
Not the rear addition, PJ. It's this
Sorry, the right addition.
on slide 3-7.
Thank you. The right elevation. You're saying make that 1 story.
Yeah, we had that the same exact condition in the Isleworth application that I believe we're allowed to discuss now because it's outside of its review period, correct? And I think, we owe the residents of these districts consistency in that regard, and we couldn't make it work after months and months with that applicant, and I know it was really frustrating with them, for them. So I think that where we settled in the exact same condition with a house that is incredibly similar is that this 1-story projecting bay on the side remains 1 story.
Okay. And do you have any issues with a 2-story addition on the rear? Besides the
No, I think
massing?
that, two stories on the back is, I think, a natural progression for this style of house. That's independent of the scale and the massing of it.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I'm good. So let me do this. Let me just float through once. You all can help me adjust, and then I'll repeat it. So Candy's got it. Sound good? Okay. All right. I'd like to continue this application. One with the following updates. 1, I'd like to see the tree added to the site plan. 2, for the porch, per guideline 6.14 number 2, restudy the front porch to align with the colonial revival style, provide dimensions of the front porch, and then a diagram that shows the porch setbacks for the house as well as the neighboring houses. Next, massing per guideline 7.2 number 2, limiting the size of the addition. On the right elevation, make the addition 1 story to align with additions to colonial revival houses. On the rear addition, restudy the massing. So again, the addition is secondary to the main house. Fenestration per guideline 6.12 number 1, relate window and door openings to the historic house, ratio of solid to void, the rhythm of the windows. Restudy the fenestration on the left elevation. Well, we'll just say on the addition, everywhere. Materials per guideline 6.15 number 1. Shiplap on the elevation on the right side is incongruous. A more traditional material should be used. Garage per guideline 8.9 number 6, the garage doors need to appear separated. And per guidelines 8.9 number 3, the accessory building must be secondary in width and height, massing to the original structure. What did I miss?
PJ, for 7.2, originally we had 1, 2, 6, and 8. I don't think 1 applies because you can't really see it from the street.
I'm sorry, for which one?
For additions, you mentioned 7.2. What numbers did you cite?
I just cited number 2.
I think we should also include 6 and 8. And I say 8 just because there seemed to be some confusion about how much of the rear yard was impermeable. And so I think we should make sure that we have an accurate number for that.
Stand by. I'll call that out too.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Hinman?
Yeah, I have 2 notes. Commissioner Henningsen, what you're referring to as shiplap, you were actually correct the first time. It's board and batten that's shown. So if you can just correct that in your motion to board and batten.
Okay.
And then we may need to specify in the motion that the rear yard calculation is taken from the line of the historic thermal wall of the house and not the current thermal wall of the house. I think that's what Commissioner Walker was getting at. Okay, thank you. I can see you nodding now. We need to in order for this to be helpful feedback, we need to say exactly where that line is.
Staff can help
So
with
we're
that.
looking at,
Yeah.
okay, thank you. We're looking at slide 370, and we just need you to help the applicant with where that line is for the calculation.
Absolutely. And we also have a worksheet we can provide that they can just plug in some numbers so you guys can clearly see, what's what.
A little bit with leading over.
Yeah. All right. What else, team?
You're pretty thorough, PJ.
I'll start at the top.
Yeah. Any other friendly amendments for PJ's motion? Okay. Do we have a second for PJ's motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden.
Let me, before we said, let me just reread it once. I got a little wordy.
Okay.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to continue this application with the following changes, updates. 1, with the site plan, add a tree to the site plan. Porch, per guideline 6.14, number 2, restudy the porch to align with the colonial revival style and provide dimensions of the front porch, along with a diagram that shows the setbacks for the front porch and the setbacks of the porches and thermal wall of the houses of the neighbors. Next, massing. Per guideline 7.2, number 2, 6, and 8, that discusses limiting the size of the addition. On the right elevation, make the addition 1 story to better align to align with the style, with the colonial, to better align with our guidelines for additions on colonial revival houses. With the rear addition, a restudy of the massing and ensure that the rear yard is 50% permeable as taken from the line on the rear wall of the historic house. Next, fenestration. Per guideline 6.12, number 1, relate window and door openings to the historic house, being mindful of the ratio of solid to void and the rhythm of the windows and door openings for the side and rear addition. Next, materials. Per guideline 6.15, number 1, board and batten is incongruous for additions on colonial revival houses. Select a material that's more in keeping with the colonial revival style. Next, garage. Per guideline 8.9, number 6, garage doors need to appear separated. And guideline 8.9, number 3, the accessory building must be secondary in width and height to the main house. Period.
I still second.
All right, motion made by PJ, seconded by Jim. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's close, not close, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 9-0. Thank you, Mr. McLean.
Okay, Ashley, are you with us? Ashley Jimenez, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Have you been sworn in?
No, I have not.
Okay.
Okay, Ashley, if you'll raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question, please. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, this application was continued from our January 27th meeting, and Ashley's provided additional information as outlined in your memo. And I'm just going to turn it over straight to Ashley. Ashley, state your name and address for the court reporter and let me know what slide to start on.
Very good. Ashley Jimenez, 1349 Downs Avenue, Charlotte, 28205. Okay, so you can just scroll to the next one. I think I just sent you one PDF, so it should be in order. Very good. So I took each of the guidelines that you all requested that I address, highlighted those items, and then have backup documentation. So the first one is 7.2 and 7.6, and limiting the size of the addition so it doesn't visually overpower the building. And then number 6 that addresses the massing, and I think specifically some of the roof forms were what we discussed last time. So if we scroll down to the next page, we'll have our existing front and right, and then scroll to the next. These are our proposed. So the front elevation is not changing. The right elevation, which is about 10 feet from the neighbor, did not change much at all. It is the side street view that changed. So if we can scroll through the next, existing rear and existing left, and then the proposed rear and the proposed left. So what I looked at was previously on this proposed left elevation, the one on the bottom, we had one gable roof line that went all the way back from the existing corner board, all the way back that covered even the new porch we're proposing. And so on this version, what we've done is we've separated that roof or that porch with its own roof to mimic the porch roof on the existing front porch, and have then done a stacking gable over the master bedroom that you'll see there at the rear elevation where the triple window is. So that was our design changes to address 7.2 and 7.6 to reduce the massing and the bulkiness of that roof. I think we're ready to scroll on down to the next one. Let me go to my PDF. I think I had a okay. The next piece was 8.2, 0.5, and 0.6 in regards to the tree. So we did locate that tree, and it is shown on the next slide on the existing site plan. On the right, remove existing tree. It's pointing, Christy, can you move your mouse up just a little bit? It's right, it's almost on that side property line.
Is it right here?
Yes,
that it's
that's
pointing to?
correct. That's correct. It's on this property. It's very close to that side property line. Does have quite a large canopy. And we did have an arborist take a look at that. That arborist sent us a letter. It looks like it says it's exhibiting primary root rot fungus at the base. There is a cavity on the trunk and in the upper canopy. So they are advising us to remove that, based on the addition, for that tree to be removed. And we do anticipate planting a new tree. So if we would scroll down to the next site plan, the new tree would be placed in the middle of the backyard in an effort that as it matures, the canopy would not be over top of either the house or the detached garage or any neighboring properties. Going to the next item. So this is one, building materials. And I believe this is where you all just wanted some clarification on what we were doing. So on the next few slides, on the elevations, there are labels shown. We are essentially matching all of the existing materials. And I think I also wrote up right here. I just wrote up a quick little Word document to show all of the different finishes, what's existing, what's new, and that we're matching all of those. So we'll have wood German lap siding, a Parge foundation, wood trim and casing, wood double hung windows to match existing grid patterns. We will also have wood tapered columns and brick bases to match the existing front porch. And we will have architectural asphalt shingles as our roofing material. And they are labeled on the elevations in these next few slides. And the accessory buildings, the garage doors. So that was 8.6 on the garage doors. And we have worked with the garage door company to provide to us an image of that garage door. We are wanting to do a double wide single door, and based on your guidelines to allow it to look like two separate doors. This is a representation of the door in the trim. We do not intend to put windows in the door, but we do intend to have the hardware as shown here. So the vertical trim to make it feel like it is two separate doors, as well as the hardware that makes it feel as two separate doors. If you scroll down here, this is what the door would look like without the windows. I wanted to give you a realistic view of it. I just couldn't find it without the windows in the previous slide. And I believe that has addressed all of the items. Let me double check here real quick. Yes, there were 4 items. I believe we've addressed them. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thanks, Ashley. Do we have anyone on the line? All right, commissioners, questions of Ashley? Commissioner Bonaparte.
Hi, Ashley.
Hi.
I am curious about the roof heights for the old and the addition. What is the difference in height?
Sure. So let's take a peek here. The existing is Ridge to estimated grade is 19.3 1/4. And we are stepping this roof in. Oh, it looks like it's cut off, estimated existing. So 19.3 1/4 is the proposed, and the existing is taller than that. It just seems to be cut off right here. So I'll pull that up here. It'll take me just a minute. Looks like the window casing detail is covering up that dimension. Although it may be on another elevation. Fortunately, it's not. I'll find that. I know it's been a long day, so thank you for all of your patience and everything you guys are putting into this.
No problem.
While we wait, Candace has told me that there is an unknown caller that we could just identify while Ashley's looking this up.
Sure.
So, unknown caller, I'm so sorry, that's all you're identified by. We don't even know your phone number. If you could just speak up and let us know if you are here for this case. All we need is a yes or a no. We don't even need to know who you are. Was that a no?
No. No.
Great, thank you.
The height of the existing ridge is 19 feet, 8 inches, 8 1/4 inches, and the height of the tallest portion of the addition is 19 feet, 3 1/4 inches. So it is 5 inches below the existing ridge at its tallest.
So the existing is, can you say that again?
Sure. It is, the existing ridge height is 19 feet, 8 1/4 inches. The proposed highest portion is 19 feet, 3 1/4 inches.
Okay. And the other question I had for you is, I know you were addressing 7.2, number 2 is limiting the size of the addition so that it doesn't overpower the existing building. And I'm just curious, as far as the square footage is concerned, it does kind of look like it's the same size as the existing building.
Sure. Yeah. So some clarity there. So there is an existing addition on the back of the house. It looks like it was a porch that was enclosed at one point. So there is 520 square feet of existing house that we are tearing down and rebuilding to be able to do it in the proper manner.
Gotcha. And the last thing I have is, Christy, if you can go to the floor plan. I'm not sure what slide it is. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's good enough.
Slide 427.
Slide 427. Thank you. And this might more so be a question for some of the architects on the commission, but I was just curious in looking at the additions, kind of examples, illustrations of rear additions. It always looks as if the addition is, the walls aren't coplanar, that they're secondary or they're kind of inside or indented. Sorry, my building science terminology. And so I was just curious about the, I guess, left side elevation that it looks like the walls are, maybe it's the right side.
It's the right. Yeah, it's the right side. So we are flush on that side. It is the side that is less visible from the street, being that it's very close to a neighbor. We did pop it in from the left side, and we have kept the existing corner board on that right side where we have the flush wall to be able to delineate existing from new.
Okay. Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you, Nichelle.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Bonaparte. Anyone else have any questions of Ashley? Commissioner Hinman.
Hi, Christy, can you go back to the photo of the front of the house? That's the first slide after January 27 presentation. Actually, this is good. The front of the house. What I want to ask about is the finished barge rafter on the front gable of the house. It has a mass to it that's pretty significant. It looks like it could be a 2x8 or a 2x10, whereas these brackets are typically 4x4s ish. And so in looking at the technical drawings, I just want to be sure that we have that mass and that beefiness to the barge rafters on all of the elevations, because it appears that they're drawn as 4 everywhere. And particularly in the rear elevation, it appears that with the barge rafter, scaled to the right proportion, it's going to rest on the roof. Let me reference some slides for the court reporter.
Okay.
This is it's slide 444 for the photo of the front elevation. And then Christy, if you could go, sorry, for the photo of the front of the house, if you could go to the rear elevation, that is slide 435.
That's a great detail you picked up. I would love to replicate that thicker fascia.
Well, the fascia to be kept thin to match, which looks like it's more like a 4, but the barge is the one that on this house has so much presence.
So I think I see what you're talking about. I think I've never heard the term barge before.
Oh, okay. Oh, sure, no problem. Christy, if you can just zoom in on the rear elevation on slide 435.
So on the front here, just to be, it's on the gable that the knee braces are sitting on, yes, or the brackets.
Correct, and that finished board that's on the gable end that's in a rake position, that's the one.
Yes,
yeah, I think you totally understood me. Yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hinman, did you have anything else you wanted to add or clarify? Okay, Commissioner Bonaparte.
One last question. I know you mentioned there was going to be a tree added because the tree is coming down. Not sure if it matters here or not, but do you have any specifics on what type of tree and the size?
I do not, but we'd be willing to work with the administration if there's certain types of trees that are acceptable. Obviously something that's native and that would, replace, I believe it's an oak. So, it's a willow oak. So I think we could replace it with that or something that's comparable.
Okay.
Commissioner Walker.
Thanks. You might have answered this, but the rear addition, that set of triple windows has no grill work. Was there a reason for that?
That it has grill work?
That it doesn't have any TDLs on it.
It does.
I'm sorry,
There's a triple on the left elevation that's existing that does not have any grids in it that we will not be changing.
Okay. That's right. That's the front. Sorry. That's all.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? All right, why don't we close for deliberation? Commissioner Bonaparte, why don't you kick us off?
The only thing that I am probably struggling with, and maybe the architects can help me with, is the difference in the addition's roof height in conjunction to the existing roof. If it doesn't matter, then I'm good to go with it, but it just seems really, really close. And I'm not sure if you will be able to tell, but perhaps you can. So that's the only thing that I would love to hear from one of the architects, their thoughts on that.
I'm with you on that, Commissioner Bonaparte. It's hard to tell where the old house starts or stops and the new one begins outside of that little offset. So, Commissioner Barth, what are your thoughts on that?
I agree. I don't have the guideline in front of me, but there's one that speaks to, when we do additions, we like them to be done in such a way where they lightly touch the existing historic structure. And as the applicant is reflected on one side of the house, typically we do that by recessing the addition from the exterior wall so they're not coplanar. I would argue that we'd probably need to do this on both walls.
Yeah, it's 7.2, number 3.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
just to
Commissioner
kind of
Henningsen.
add on to the coplanar on the right addition, there was another addition very similar to this on Wilmore Drive, maybe 2 years ago, and the addition was coplanar to the original house, and just the presence of having a trim board there was enough. So based on that we've done this before, and knowing that on the left side elevation, which is on the corner and highly visible from the street, and having that addition coming in, that wall coming in by 2 feet, and then on the right side, having that original trim board, and it's not visible from the street, I would say that's sufficient enough to show that differentiation between original house and addition.
Okay, thanks, PJ. All right, and you're in agreement with that, Commissioner Hayden? Okay, Commissioner Walker, any thoughts on it, on this?
I'm glad PJ pointed that out. That's a significant indentation from the original structure. So I agree that does create a secondary nature to this addition.
Okay, then I'll kick it back to you, Commissioner Bonaparte. Did you have any other concerns about this application?
No, I think the applicant answered all the questions that I had, so that was the only lingering item. And if to PJ's point, and thank you for sharing that, because of course I wasn't around, but that definitely is helpful.
Okay, Commissioner Hinman.
No, I'm probably being repetitive. I think historically at the state level, they've accepted the trim board as the transition, particularly in this shared property line condition. And our inclination as a commission and review board at the more detailed review level to actually have an offset is more often on the more visible elevation. But we've not always required it on both sides. There have been some applications that have provided that, but I think typically we've asked for it on one side and that it be the side that is more visible.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. So then it appears as though Ashley has answered all of our concerns and reasons for continuing the application. So who wants to make a motion? Not all at once, please. Commissioner Bonaparte?
Sure. Help me out if I falter, please.
You have the team behind you.
So I move to approve this application as presented.
Yeah. Okay, so do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by seconding Commissioner Hayden. Commissioner Hinman, I think, wants to add maybe a friendly amendment.
Thank you. Friendly amendment for the barge raptor dimensions to match the existing.
Accepted.
Commissioner Hayden?
Accepted.
Okay. Any other friendly amendments or discussion of the motion? All right, why don't we vote? Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker. You're muted, Commissioner Walker.
Sorry, yes, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 9-0. Congratulations, Ashley. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Hope you have a good night.
Thanks,
You
Ashley.
too.
Bye-bye.
So commissioners, I have a request, and it's not something we've done before, but we have the legal means to do so. And what we can do, if we so choose, is leave the meeting open. And that way that we do not have to mail new notices to everybody. It saves staff a lot of time, a lot of expense with printing and mailing costs. If we want to hear these last 4 cases on another date, the qualifier is we have to announce that date and time tonight if we want to do that. I've talked with our attorney and she is available next Friday around 11:30, March 19th. And no, not good? Okay. I will rattle off a couple dates. March 17th, next Wednesday at 11.
Next week isn't good for me.
Next week isn't good.
No.
Okay. Let's look to the, okay. We need quorum and it's 4 cases. I don't think they should take real long, looking at them. There is one that might or might not, but the rest of them are
Christy,
kind of short. Yes,
this
ma'am.
is Jessica. In terms of reaching quorum, I have to recuse from 2 of these 4.
Okay, thank you.
Next Friday didn't work for PJ, but if
It works
next
for
week
everybody.
works for everyone else, then
Okay.
PJ can jump in and then Jessica and yeah.
Okay. So it does or does not work for you? It does not. Right.
It doesn't work for
By
me.
next week sometime.
Next week sometime.
Mhm.
Okay. Yes. We've got 5.
We picked up 5 this meeting. Too much to do those to the next meeting.
So I don't know how much you want me to share, but we are 45 cases behind.
There's a lot more.
There are 4 continued cases that were not on this agenda. There are 4 continued cases that are not on this agenda. They were deferred by the applicant. There were 4 continued cases from tonight, and there were 4 not heard tonight. So including all of those and the 33 cases that have met the deadline for the April 14th meeting, we are 45 cases behind. This is why, and everybody's been waiting. They are 4 rather short cases. It would be great if we could just come together for 2 hours and knock these out.
I can make the 16th work. I can move some things for that, but the 17th through the 19th.
Okay. What about Jill?
Yeah, I could probably do the 16th anytime after 12.
Okay. And what about Monday the 15th? Nope, just the 16th for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next week is
Next week.
pretty insane.
Okay. Jill Sanchez is a bit of a hold. For limited availability. I'm very sorry, Jill. Okay, she's so in demand.
I'm missing something.
We can do that. We can do 2 hours retreat and 2 hours meeting. How's that?
One day?
It's the retreat, the 26th.
Okay. Can I do that?
Yeah, I
Good
think that's a
thought,
great
PJ.
idea.
Okay.
Thanks, PJ.
Yes. Okay, so we are in agreement in the room. Jessica Hinman, 26th in the morning. I would say, is everyone good with starting at 10? 10 to noon, have the 12 meeting, and then do the retreat after.
Yeah, and again, we've got flexibility. If we can
Yes.
extend a little bit.
Yep.
I'm concerned though with 2 hours, 2 hours enough to get through? Do we need
4 cases?
4 cases?
I mean, one case looks like it's going to take about 5 minutes. And then another case looks like it should take about 15.
Okay.
Could I recommend doing the cases after the retreat?
Sure.
In case we go over or under, that way we can just play by ear.
Well, we can.
I would rather knock out the
I'd rather knock out the
cases
cases.
first. Yeah.
Okay.
Just to ensure that
Yeah.
we get them done.
So is everyone good with Friday, March 26th at 10 to noon for these 4 cases? I'm not going to ask everybody. I'm just going to ask that if it is not good for you, that you let us know.
Like now.
Like right now.
Okay,
Like
well,
now.
this is Michelle. I have an all day from March 24th through the 26th. I can see if I can make myself available, but honestly, it's our planning, so I have
That's
to be
fine.
there.
Okay, that's fine. That's what we need to know.
Hold on, Michelle. This is like the agile part of being a scrum master, right?
Correct.
Welcome.
That's it.
We also have a couple of commissioners that aren't here tonight that I would hope would be able to join us as well. So, anybody else have a hard no? Okay, well then we're gonna set it because even with the people here tonight, we have quorum. Everybody else, applications 11, 12, 13, and 14. This is your announcement and notification that your cases will be heard on Friday, March 26, 2021, beginning at 10 a.m. Is there anything else I need to add, Madam Attorney? No? Okay. And so we're not going to close out the meeting?
We will not close out the meeting.
And if anyone wants to do minutes, that's fine. And if you want to
I
do
would
that.
like to knock
Okay.
minutes out so that we don't have to worry about that.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Parati, I reviewed the minutes for, sorry, this is Jessica Hinman. I reviewed the minutes for the June 10th meeting, and I have one correction.
Okay.
On page 2 of the minutes at the bottom of the page, underneath Design Guidelines Oaklawn Park, the very last paragraph says that Tom Hanchett put together South History walking tours, and his company is called History South and not South History.
Excellent catch, thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
it. We can vote on all of them at once. So did anyone else have any changes to any of the other ones?
No.
No? Good, PJ, good?
Do these include like typos and silly things, or is it
You
just
can-
content?
It's mainly content. If there are typos, you can note it up and send it to staff and we can still approve it.
Okay. I only had typos for February 10th.
Perfect, okay. And Chris, if you just send that on to me, I'll make sure Linda gets it.
Okay.
And I have one question. I did the January 27th minutes with PJ. And for the application for 1901 South Mint Street, I thought that the motion included a caveat to screen the HVAC. but I didn't see that in the motion.
You thought that the caveat, say that one more time, Jill,
I
please.
thought for 1901 South Mid, only because I made the motion, I thought that screen the AC unit was part of the motion, but I don't see that in the minutes of the motion.
Okay, that's a great catch. I will personally double check that and add that in as appropriate.
Otherwise, everything else looks
Yeah.
fine.
Okay. Any other errors? All right.
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second,
Second, Jessica.
discussion? All right. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin, Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes, 9-0, motion passes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Parati. I just want to personally thank all of you for all of your hard work and your dedication. You give as much attention to the last cases you heard tonight as you did the first. And I just really, really appreciate it. And I hope the community does too and recognizes your work. And I know I was tough with asking for another meeting, but I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. So thank you. You gotta quit continuing things and start approving things.
Christy, we approved 5 applications tonight. That's better than usual. I know.
You want to build
That's
a
not the only
two-story
report.
addition approved.
We can do it. We can do it. Let's have a positive attitude.
All right.
Okay, thanks all.
Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
Hey,
Have a
can
good
I
night.
ask you one more question? Christy, are you still there? Can I ask you one more question?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, sure. What's